صورة لي أنا وكارو. يا feel free. Thank you.
Thank you.
This is for Leah. Thank
This
you
is
so
for
much
Leah.
for taking it to her.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you.
I just thought maybe before this
Yes,
starts, let
yes.
me go.
Everybody disappeared. Caro, you know. Take some, take some. So it's too big, please finish it. Finish it if you want. We go and have nice coffee afterwards. I don't know. This is what they do. I don't take sugar. I take slight nationality? Moroccan. Okay, أنا مصرية. Yeah. أهلا بيكي. On behalf of yes, your name بقى يا فندم؟
دكتورة جيهان
Mhm.
الجوزي.
yeah. جوزي. Okay.
Head of Sustainable Environment Division.
Sustainable environment.
Environment.
Sustainable environment.
Which is one of the two
Yeah.
divisions.
Yeah. Okay, thank you very much, ma'am. I'll text Jackie and maybe we can start. Yeah.
1, 2. English.
No. Channel one each? English. Okay. Okay. Yes, hello, good morning. إيه مفيش صوت. Hello? No? Okay, this is a silent conference. Please. It's working. طيب. Okay, good morning. ده حط okay, they can listen. Do you want a headphone? Okay? All right. Good morning, distinguished guests, esteemed colleagues, and friends of sustainability. It's my distinct honor today to welcome you all to the Africa Grows Green Awards, hosted here at the Africa Pavilion. I consider the Africa Pavilion as our dedicated space to celebrate progress in Africa towards climate change, mitigation, and adaptation. Allow me first to express my heartfelt gratitude to our esteemed guest today, Dr. Jehan El Gauzi, Head of Sustainability Division at the African Union Commission, who is present today among us as a representative for Dr. Harsan Nyambe, the Director of Sustainable Environment and Blue Economy at the African Union Commission. Just to give you a brief background on the awards were established back for the COP27 and again for COP28 and here today for COP29. The awards have 4 categories: climate change, mitigation and adaptation technology. The second category is for recognizing startups that are founded by women, and it's called the She Goes Green. The third one is on green finance for recognizing financial institutions, be it banks, be it financial investors, angel investors, or VCs that are providing part of their portfolio for green finance for the startups. And the fourth is on research and development. This morning, actually, we're so proud to have the winners among us here. And I wanted Dr. Jehan to address them. And then they're going to present their solutions for you in a couple of minutes, so you get to have an idea about our work in the African continent for the Africa Grows Green Awards. Dr. Jehan, the floor is all yours, sir.
Thank you very much, and thank you for inviting me to the 3rd edition of the Africa Green Awards. On behalf of Director Hassan Yambe, I'm grateful for this opportunity that will allow us to discover all this new achievement that you have been doing. Africa is at a unique intersection in the global climate narrative. It's both one of the least contributors to climate change and one of the most severely affected by adverse impacts. While the continent emits a fraction, less than 4% of the world's green gases, its population face disproportionate risk due to the higher than average temperature increase, shifting rainfall patterns, and a rise in extreme weather events. Despite these challenges, Africa is emerging as a significant actor in the global climate mitigation efforts, demonstrating leadership and a strong commitment to climate resilience. In response to these pressing issues, the African Union has taken proactive steps through the Climate Change and Resilience Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022-2032. This ambitious strategy promotes a climate resilient development pathway integrating robust governance, sustainability policy framework, and regional flagship initiatives. It aligns closely with Agenda 2063, which envisions an integrated, prosperous, and peaceful Africa, prioritizing climate resilience economies and communities. By advancing governance, implementation strategies, and regional collaboration, the African Union is laying the groundwork for sustainable and a resilient African future. The African Union, in support of the operationalization of the Strategy 2023, organized the first ever Africa Climate Summit, which resulted in the Africa Leaders Nairobi Declaration and Call to Action on Climate Change. The summit showcased Africa's green opportunities and positions the continent as a solution provider for global climate change. During the summit, the Africa Union Commission staged 70 green climate innovations selected from about 2,000 entries across Africa for 3 consecutive days. This event proved that Africa has a huge potential for green solutions to the global climate crisis the world faces, but this is underreported, unfortunately. Africa holds 30% of the world's mineral reserves, many of which are critical to renewable and low carbon technologies, including solar, electric vehicles, battery storage, green hydrogen, and geothermal energy needed for global green growth and transition. The continent is home to sizable reserves of the world's critical energy transition minerals, 48.1% of cobalt, about 48% of manganese, 21.6% of natural graphite, 5.9% of copper, 5.6% of nickel, 1% of lithium, and 0.6% of iron are globally. These minerals can support the world's transition to a cleaner, greener, and more sustainable environment, helping to keep the global temperature rise to 1.5% and well below 2 degrees. 1.5 degrees and well below 2 degrees, the minimum required to avoid dangerous climate catastrophes this century, while maintaining the goals of the Paris Climate Agreement. Ultimately, Africa's role as both a victim and a solution provider for climate change underscores the urgent need for international cooperation. The challenges African nations face are global in scope and demand a global response, particularly in terms of technology transfer, capacity building, and financial support. The African Union's commitment to climate resilience is a testament to Africa's determination to build sustainable pathways for development, mitigate future risks, and contribute meaningfully to global climate solutions. Global support for these efforts is not only fair, it's essential for sustainable future for for addressing the critical issues of climate justice. A demonstration of this global leader in green solutions was the initiative launched by the presidents and representatives from Kenya, Angola, Burundi, Djibouti, Ghana, Ivory Coast, Mauritania, Nigeria, Senegal, and Zambia, as well as COP28 President Sultan Ahmed Al-Jabi last year. The Africa Green Industrialization Initiative is an ambitious program that aims to upscale and accelerate green industries and businesses across Africa. The initiative will bring together Africa governments, the initiative's partners, and other supporting institutions to offer accelerated and end-to-end green growth solutions for committed governments. It incorporates elements of the Sustainable Development Goals and the Paris Agreement, while aligning and galvanizing the vision of AG2. The Africa Union Commission has embarked on a robust implementation of the AU Climate Change and Resilience Development Strategy and Action Plan 2022-2032, and AU Recovery Action Plan, AU GRAP. We have established the Climate Finance Unit, which has been working robustly to actualize the transformative climate finance pillar of the Africa Union Green Recovery and Action Plan. As I conclude, let me congratulate all the award recipients today and challenge you to use these awards as a launchpad to transform Africa landscape toward a green development pathway. I thank you.
Thank you so much, Dr. Jahan, for the inspirational message today for the winners. And awards are never about the trophies. Each one of you has a story to tell, a story of resilience and innovation and scalability, actually. And I always say that the best things about the awards is to connect us together, to connect the startups with opportunities of finance and investment in the region, to connect us with research that has the capacity to be commercialized. So today is all about you. Thank you so much for applying for the awards, and we are honored to present a quick presentation of your solutions today in presence of Dr. Jahan. Let me start with the winners of the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation Technology, which is our first category. And the winners are Environ. Lena, please, Environ. And we have the silver winner, Tile Green. Amr, please, come on stage. Come on. We have Agrican, and we have Ahya. And I think BioTreasure is not here until now. Please take your stage, and you can definitely. I think it's better when you're seated. You can have your mics. How about that? Yep. Lina, we'll starting with you. You can come here if you want. Yes. Yes.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for being here at this early time slot.
We can hear you very well. We can hear you very well. We can hear you very well.
Excuse me. I'm Lina Alem, Sustainability Manager at Environ, and I'm really honored to be presenting my company here today to receive this award. We're proud of Stedama's effort in recognizing these initiatives in Egypt and in Africa. Let me take you briefly about through what we do at Environ. Environ is a startup in the technology and innovation sector in waste management in Egypt. The waste management sector in Egypt is all informal sector, which is a very challenging sector and industry to be working in. We work with the goal of enhancing the social status of the informal workers in the waste sector field, plus providing the traceability and technology for our stakeholders in managing and monitoring the waste in the industry. It's very, again, as I said, it's very challenging. We're working with people who have no data. We start with collecting data about their age, their names, their IDs, their gender, their working conditions, how much they're paid, how many hours do they work, do they get a break or not, what happens to the waste that they're collecting, where it comes from and where it goes next. We make sure that we apply and make them comply with the minimum wage regulations, with international human rights and so on. Also, we want to make sure that our stakeholders, whether the government, we serve international brand owners, we want to make sure that they have information about the waste, what's collected and where it goes as well. By tracing the waste sector, by tracing the waste in the waste sector in Egypt, we get to know better about the rates of collection, the rates of recycling, what actually gets recycled and what gets greenwashed. We are able to provide better opportunities for workers in the waste sector. Again, all traced on our digital platform, which is Dawar application. We're proud to say that Dawar works in almost all Egyptian governorates now. We have bulking stations registered on our application. They take photos of the waste that they receive, and we have the data of the workers in each bulking station. They take photos for the waste on the trucks and where it's heading next. We work with workers, the pickers on the streets. We work with workers in the bulking station itself, where it receives the waste from the pickers, and then it goes to the collection centers, and then it's sent to the recycling facilities. Of course, we abide by multiple sustainable development goals. It's mainly no poverty, because we provide financial incentives to workers in the bulking stations and the informal sector, decent work and economic growth, industry and innovation. We now have our own bulking station. We call it, it's our dream bulking station in one of the governorates in Egypt, in Suhag. We set it with the standards that we dream of. It's owned by Dawar, and we want to transform all informal bulking stations in the sector to become as the one that we built with our optimum standards and setup. Of course, also it's sustainable cities, because, as I said, we work with the government. We partner with the government in tracing the waste in governorates and again what's collected and where it goes to. responsible collection, responsible consumption and production, being in the field of the waste sector and recycling, and life below water, life on land, and of course partnerships for the cause, because we believe no one, not a single entity can achieve its targets by its own. It's a collaboration, and we are proud that we represent this collaboration between, again, the government, the informal sector, the private sector, and brand owners. Again, thank you so much for being here today, and thank you, Dr. Reem, for the opportunity. And
This is Environ, the gold winner of the Climate Change Mitigation and Adaptation at the Africa Grows Green Awards. Thank you. Let's give it to her. Let's give it to Environ. Thank you. And now I present the silver winner of the Africa Grows Green for Climate Change and Mitigation. This is Tile Green. Come on, Amr. Keep it 2 minutes, Lord, please.
2 minutes. Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here. I'm Amr, CEO and co-founder of Tile Green. So, what do we do at Tile Green? We solve the problem of plastic waste. When we analyzed the problem at the beginning, we discovered that it's not a problem of funding. So, if there is unlimited funding, we will not reach the limit of recycling 100%. So we discovered a technology gap for recycling low-value plastic waste. And we built a new solution so that we can use plastic waste in building sustainable communities. And what we mean by that is that we innovated a solution to convert plastic waste into highly performing building materials. At the beginning, it was a crazy idea, but we said, okay, plastic lives for hundreds of years, so let it live hundreds of years in the right place. We started with the first solution, which is outdoor pavement. The product is now certified in 4 countries globally. We had almost 2 million square meters of requests from all over the world. And currently we are working on scaling the technology that can enable this to happen in a larger scale, in an economic way. Of course, we align by nature with multiple climate and sustainable development goals. We contribute towards a waste-free world. We contribute towards building sustainable cities and industrial innovation. Thank you.
And this is our silver winner, Tile Green. Thank you. Thank you. For the bronze winners of the Africa Grows Green for climate change adaptation and mitigation. I don't know why it changed to French. Ah. French. No. Yeah, okay. The bronze winners are, whom shall we start with? Shall we start with Ahya first? Come on. Honored to have today among us Sir Jawid Khawaja, board member and founder of Ahya, and he was also, or still is, sustainability head of Capgemini. Yeah. Welcome, sir.
Thank you very much, and pleasure to be here. So my name is Jalith Khawaja. I'm a founding board member at Ahya. We make net zero possible. Ahya is focused on measuring greenhouse gas emissions as well as creating a means to offset or remove carbon dioxide from the atmosphere. So we have Ahya OS as one product, which focuses on measuring scope 1, 2, and 3 emissions for organizations, corporations, and governments. And we have then Tawazun, which is a voluntary carbon marketplace, bringing nature-based, technology-based solutions to all of our clients who wish to reduce their emissions impact. So pleasure being here. It's great to be in such esteemed company. And good luck to everybody.
Thank you. Thank you. Agrican, are you ready? Bronze winner.
The slide would come.
Yes, yes.
Okay, so hello everyone. I would like to say that we all like to be able to eat organically without pesticides. But the problem is, if we do this, we'd lose a lot of the crops. And especially in a continent like Africa, we can't afford to lose any because of the prevalent food security issue. And because of climate change, we see disruption to the agriculture calendar in a way that farmers are faced with a lot of pests in times that they are not accustomed to. And because of that, farmers respond with using excessive amounts of pesticides. And for us, that's a problem because of the public health issue and because pesticides are huge in their carbon footprint. So what we're trying to do is to reduce the amount of pesticide used via usage of AI, satellite data, robotics, in order to give a solution that would help farmers target the infected areas, and otherwise we don't waste the pesticides. So in 1 year of operation, we saved at least a conservative amount of 250 tons of carbon, and we achieved precision rate of 90%. So basically, targeting the right area in the plant with the effect. And also we are having this consortium called STAR, Space Technologies for Agricultural Robotics, where we use, based on the location, farmers could determine exactly the needs for the plant. And we have kind of like an early warning system against pests and the prevalence of pests. And it's very important, one of the things we have seen from reports on pesticide usage in Africa, Africa consumes more pesticides than any other continent in the world. And the interesting thing is, most of the pesticides are produced outside the continent. So we import pesticides that harm our people and affect our food security, and yet famines occur and food shortages occur. So pesticides are not the solution. Precision application for pesticide is. And also we are glad to report that within COP29, we talked to a producer for biopesticides. So our solution would be coupled with biopesticides as well. If you have any ideas related to agri-tech, usage of AI, usage of robotics, and you are interested in collaboration, because we are very big on South-to-South collaboration, and that's how Africa would rise up. Thank you so much.
Honored to have among us today the Honorable Jackie Amongine, Member of Parliament, East Africa Legislative Assembly, Secretary General of the Africa Network of Parliamentarians on Climate Change, whose steadfast dedication to sustainable policy advocacy shapes a brighter future for Africa. Thank you so much for being among us today. Thank you. Thank you. You can all have your seats now. Thank you. Can you have your seat here, madam, please? Thank you. Thank you. Now, the coming up category is the most dearest to my heart because it's about the inspirational stories of female-founded initiatives in our continent. The category is called She Goes Green, and as I said, it's the applicants have to be the startup has to be mainly founded by women or a single owner of the startup. Yeah. I'm very pleased to announce that the winners of the of the She Goes Green category in the Africa Grows Green Awards are Baramoda and Mia. Baramoda and Mia, please. Two lovely ladies. So many stories to tell. A story from Upper Egypt. This is the story of Baramoda. Let's start with you, Riham. Baramoda is the gold winner of the She Goes Green Awards. Yes, go ahead.
Hello, everyone. It's my pleasure to be here with all of you today, and thanks for Dr. Reem to giving me this opportunity. So, Baramoda come up from Upper Egypt to here in COP29. So, Baramoda is one of the most sustainable companies in the MENA region, and we are trying to get the answer for a critical question, which is how we can feed more than 2 billion people in Africa in 2050. Especially Africa suffering from a lot of crises like climate change and land degradation and waste management and so on. And 60% of the African land, it's not able to be cultivated areas. So in Baramoda, we are trying to solve all of these problems or challenges. So we are working to recycling different types of organic waste like food waste and industrial waste, and also spent coffee grounds and so on, to produce very innovative organic fertilizers or sustainable fertilizers, which means innovative because our solution or our fertilizers can increase the productivity by 20%. That's what we need in Africa to produce more food for our population, and also reduce the more than 30% of irrigation needs. And now Baramoda serve or provide the products to more than 100,000 farmers in Upper Egypt, the most area that need a development. So we are trying to increase the income of these small farmers, and also we save more than 6.5 million liters of irrigation needs, and also recycling more than 200,000 tons of organic waste. Thanks so much for having me today.
Thank you so much. And now for the silver winner of the She Goes Green, Mia.
Thank you so much, Dr. Reem, for the presentation. Hello, everyone. My name is Samah Abdallah. I'm from Mieh. I'm co-founder of Mieh. Mieh simply, it means water.
How old are you, Samah?
Okay, let's skip this question and focus on Mieh right now. But I started my journey, here's a teaser. I started my journey when I was 19 years old. So it was not so long time ago, but it's a long time ago. So it's above 5 years old. So here's another teaser, but I won't say my actual age. But yeah, let's say I'm a young female entrepreneur who just started her journey a bit earlier. So back to Mieh. Mieh means water, which is like for the non-Arabic speakers like me, yeah? So just to remember how is Mieh pronounced. So we are a digital platform that help in connecting water treatment stakeholders. So come to the first questions, why water treatment is important? Of course, having water in our daily life or in different activities is important itself, whether it's for industrial uses, whether it's for daily uses, or even for agriculture. But sometimes we need to have water in the best criteria because it's very needed, and it needs to be in certain criteria and certain chemical components. So that's why it needs to be treated. However, treating water is challenging when it comes to having the expertise or having the water treatment components. And here comes our role. We help in connecting people to find the components they're searching for from different parts of the world. We have more than 900 water partners in 15 countries, and we help so far in delivering 1.6 billion liters annually of water meeting the right criteria. And we also, while helping in saving up to 21% of the financial cost. What does that mean? If a water treatment plant costs $100,000, we help in making it more like $80,000. So that's it, not 80, it's like 79. So my engineering self had to intersect in this part. So in a nutshell, Mieh is about delivering water, but with financial savings and also the right technical fit. So that was Mieh, and thank you so much, Dr. Reem.
Thank you. Thank you so much. Our third category is green finance, and as I said before, we are looking to connect the startups with commercial research with the green finance. So one of the pioneering banks in Egypt is the Housing and Development Bank, and I'm honored to have among us the head of the corporate is Mr. Mohamed Gamal. Mr. Mohamed Gamal, please step to the stage as the gold winner of the green finance. Yes, floor is all yours.
Yes, hello everyone. I would like to thank everyone who worked on this success of COP29, and thanks Dr. Reem for her support and her good work that to raise this success. I'm representing Housing and Development Bank, one of the banks working in commercial banks in Egypt. We already have taken strong steps towards sustainable development in several areas. The areas of the bank that works on it was in helping. I will talk about the corporate banking, the one I was responsible for. We are having a certain amount of our finance is going toward the sustainable finance, mainly in education, in health, and also helping the microfinance to reach the people everywhere. So we are working on several areas to support the sustainability. We succeeded to be one of the pioneers in this sector in Egypt, and we'd like to continue this success story, inshallah, in several years, and we thank all of you for this opportunity. Thank you so much.
And our final category, and I consider it as one of the most important categories in these awards, which is the research and development. And we have with us the winner of this category. This is the Research Center for Waste Management in the Excellence Research Center for Research on Waste Management in Ain Shams University. Just to let you know, Ain Shams University is a very eminent university, public university in Egypt. That has a specialized excellence center for waste management research. Representing the center is Dr. Shireen Agroudi. Please step to the stage.
Hello everyone, it's a pleasure and an honor to be here. I'm Shireen Agroudi. I'm a professor of environmental engineering at Ain Shams University in Cairo in Egypt, and the director of Egypt Solid Waste Management Center of Excellence, which is located at the Faculty of Engineering Ain Shams University. It's the only center of excellence in Egypt that's specialized in the field of solid waste management. We started in 2018, so we are just like 6 years old. We are working in three fields. We are working on research and development. That's why we are here having this award. So we are working in research, we're working on anaerobic digestion to enhance the volume of hydrogen being produced from organic waste. And we are working on enhancing the equipment for mechanical biological treatment of waste, and we are doing this with our industrial partner, Mansi Hydraulic. So what we did is we enhanced the design of 3 equipment: bag opener, the conveyor, and the fine shredder. And we applied this in 2 huge treatment facilities in Egypt, one in Damietta and one in Suez, treating around 440,000 of tons of municipal solid waste per year. So producing a huge amount of compost and of refuse-derived fuel, which is type of fuel that's being used in cement industries. So it's not only research, it's an applied research, because we do have an industrial partner who is manufacturing the equipment that we are enhancing its design. That's when it comes to research, and then we're also working on teaching and education, because we are inside the university, so it's one of our main goals and within our vision is to have more graduated people working in the field of solid waste. So we do have the only solid waste final year project in Egypt that's specialized in solid waste. We do training for several graduates and engineers and people working in the field of solid waste. We are also working on consultancy. So we are the consultants for several governmental and private sectors. So we did the detailed design of 26 landfills in Egypt, 16 transfer stations and 5 MBTs facilities, as well as working on the extended producer responsibilities. So we have been the local consultants for German private sector to try to implement the EPR in Egypt. Thank you for Istidama and for Dr. Reem for having us as the global or as the gold winner in this category. Thank you, everyone.
If you want to validate your research, you have Dr. Shireen. If you want to cash, guys, Mr. Mohammed Gamal is your guy, huh? And now for the closing statement by the Honorable Jackie Amongin. Stage is all yours, madam.
Okay, all protocol observed, and I would like to really take this opportunity to thank Dr. Rahim and the organizers of this event, especially on focusing on startups and these startups.
And on women, not only startups, on women.
Yes, yes, I'm getting there. For the organizers of this event for focusing on the startups, but specifically startups focusing on the communities that are very relevant in our climate advocacy, especially the women, because in Africa, 70% of women are assumed to be employed in the agricultural lands. And that means when we are talking about climate change and impacts on our degraded lands, 69% of our agricultural land is already degraded, and that means the people who are employed in the agricultural sector will be majority women. So I would like to thank this team and organization for focusing these awards on the women, and I think they deserve an applaud for that. And then we would also like to say, yes, thank you very much. And I would also like to say that the young people globally constitute 70%. Young people varies from age to age. So we start from 0 to maybe 35. And that means when we are talking about that, the climate future, and we are talking about redesigning our engagements, it's very imperative that the young people are brought on board. So it's very exciting to know that these awards have not only been for women, but also focusing on those young people in the continent. And therefore, I believe that this is a good start, which can be replicated for other, because Dr. Reem was talking more about Egypt, but I think this can be replicated in other parts of the continent. And this is a very good example, which has been set by this organization. I wouldn't want to talk so much. I have already been introduced. My name is Jacqueline Amongin. I'm a member of parliament from Uganda, representing Uganda in the East African Legislative Assembly, but I also am a Secretary General of the Africa Network of Parliamentarians on Climate Change, and this is an exciting opportunity where different engagements are being recognized. This is very important because recognitions means people will go and work even more harder to ensure that there is a lot of impact on the ground, and these are grassroots organizations, because when I heard about the winners speaking their stories, it was very touchy. So I would like to congratulate all the winners, and I would like to say viva, viva. Viva, viva, and congratulations. Thank you so much for your kind listening.
Let's have a photo, please. Thank you so much, madam. Mr. Mohammed, yalla. يا ريتك تقدمه بقى عشان ما بيجيليش حد من موريتانيا. ما بيجيليش حد من موريتانيا.
جالك دلوقتي حنون. Do you know any technical person working around marine biodiversity or coastal preservation?
مارين في الاوشن بلو بافيليون هنا.
I need من
لا مارين هنا لا. في الوينرز نو.
Thank you for support, and we are open to collaborate.
Yes.
Trying to engage more women,
Yeah.
more young people in this.
يا ريت. We call the Africa Grows Green Awards. يا ريت تتقدموا تطلعوا معانا الكاب. احنا اللي بنجيب يعني احنا اللي بنجيب اليون باس كده acknowledgement status. Yeah, I will. I'll give you mine now. لا يا شيخ. الله طب انت مصر اكتر مننا بقى.
Sí, atención, estamos aquí. Sí, y esta es la COP y estamos demostrando lo que se está haciendo. Entonces, lo que estamos haciendo es poder discutir cómo poder orientar estas acciones. Y los invito a ustedes a participar.
And do we need to wear it?
No, no, only when you want to listen to them. Yeah. You can hear them from here, yeah.
جورب feels good. Slowly walk. Good. Certo voglio.
Okay. Good morning, everyone. Am I audible? Am I audible? Speak more. Now? It's good now? Let me bring this closer. Great. Good morning, everyone. Good morning. Thank you for joining us today and welcome to week 2 here in Baku. Still not audible? Audible? Okay. Yes? Very good. Thank you. Welcome to week 2 here in Baku. As we all know, the stakes are very high at this year's COP as we head towards 2025 when updated NDCs are due to be submitted. And indeed, some are already rolling in. With just a slim window of viability remaining to meet our 1.5 degree target, we need all of these third version NDCs to be as ambitious as possible and with the requisite commitments of support. So, as this COP29 serves platform for raising national ambitions, it's strategic that we highlight the most impacted communities that our NDC3s must address. And our hosts today, UNICEF, have long heralded the fact that children and young people are often experiencing the most serious consequences from climate hazards, shocks, and stresses. In fact, some of you may remember COP25 in Madrid, just before COVID, when world leaders joined youth activists in a historic moment to sign the Intergovernmental Declaration on Children, Youth, and Climate Action. This was the first of its kind commitment to accelerate inclusive, child and youth-centered policies in NDCs. For those of you that might be wondering, what exactly would those look like? This means prioritizing services like disaster risk reduction, education, energy, food security, nutrition, health, information services, social protections, water, sanitation, and so on. And as we all know, these social services are notoriously most difficult to estimate in terms of risk and most difficult to finance in terms of costs. This is perhaps true more so nowhere else than in Africa. Africa's child population will reach 1 billion by 2025, making it the largest child population across all continents. As I like to say, the youngest continent on Earth, young and growing younger. So the next round of NDCs is a key moment to change financing for African NDCs and their inclusion of child-centered services and initiatives. As we prepare for the NDC3s, the question is, how can Africa, dubbed the children's continent, ensure that its NDCs are inclusive and rights-based, as ambitious as possible for its most precious demographic, youth and children? And how can we ensure in Africa that existing child-critical social services are climate and disaster resilient? And most importantly, how can we attract finance that will specifically support and target child-critical interventions? These are the critical questions that we're here to answer today. And though we have a long way to go, the great news is that there are a number of progressive African countries already making excellent strides in this vein that are here with us today to share their experiences. So allow me to welcome you to today's event towards inclusive NDC3s in Africa, evidence and best practice for child-sensitive NDCs. Today we're going to highlight evidence, experience, and data and progress on child-sensitive climate policies and hear practical advice on how to include such language in our NDCs, making child-sensitive NDC3s a reality for Africa. I'm excited to dig in today with you all. So let's get started. We're going to first hear from our hosts to begin the proceedings. Allow me to welcome to the stage Ms. Kitty van der Heijden, Deputy Executive Director for the United Nations International Children's Emergency Fund. Kitty.
Thank you, Rebecca. Thank you, UNECA. Thank you all for joining what I think is probably the most important discussion of the day. This is where the rubber meets the road. What are we going to do in Africa, with Africa, and for Africa? And why is this the moment? Because we're now thinking through what the NDC 3.0 will look like. And we know what NDCs 2.0 look like, and I can tell you they're not good enough. They're not serving Africa and they're not serving young people. And so I'm very happy that among this audience, we have a couple of really young people, because the average age in these August halls of UNFCCC is usually, shall we say, 55 plus? Certainly my age. But we're here to serve the next generation that will live through whatever we decide comes next. And let me be very clear that the impacts of climate change will hit everybody, no matter whether you're rich or you're poor, whether you're on this side of the development equation or that side of the development equation. But I can tell you one thing, and that is that children are impacted in a different way, in a disproportionate way, in a unique way compared to adults, and that poor children are always hit the hardest. What do I mean by that? Well, everywhere in the world we will see that vector and waterborne diseases will go up, right? As temperatures rise, as floods are coming and going. But most of us in this room, we might get sick from dengue, malaria or cholera. But young children, because they have immature developing immune systems, they will die. That's intergenerational injustice. How many of us in this room realize that climate impacts for children start before they are born? Because what we are seeing with increases heat waves, more frequent, longer, more intense, that women are giving birth far too soon. Very often stillbirth. And if the baby is born alive, it is born too early with low birth weight. They're disadvantaged from the get-go, not just physically, but also cognitively. We can see with heat waves that breast milk is impacted, so children aren't getting fed enough. We know that when it's really hot, what we all do as adults, we do something none of us like very much. We sweat. But it's our way to cool down the body. Newborns cannot sweat because they don't have the thermoregulatory capacities that we have as adults. When there are floods, tell me how a 5-year-old is going to save his or herself. They are 100% dependent on caregivers. And last but not least, let's not forget that what we see that with economic shocks of climate change, could be hurricanes, could be droughts, could be flooding, that we see what I think is one of the gravest violations of child rights. Girl marriage is on the rise because it's the only way for poor parents to cope with the economic shock that climate brings. That is unfair. That is why we have to act in the interest of children, in the interest of the future of Africa. And we see this in Africa. Our latest research, for example, in 2022 alone, 20 million children in the Horn of Africa impacted by drought. I don't even know what that looks like, 20 million children. From South Africa, we know in the rural communities, we've seen that higher rates of disabilities can now be traced right back to early year drought exposure. That's what climate change is doing to our children, to the children of Africa. And the Secretary General said it in as clear as possible, and I quote him here, terms: "The future of humanity is at stake. Action is not optional." And so the question here today, it really is, what is in or not in the NDCs of and for Africa is crucial. And currently we know that most NDCs are, can I say that, child blind or not very child sensitive. Only 27% of the African NDCs acknowledge child rights and have child-centered policies. That's where we as UNICEF offer our support, because children need to be part of your NDCs. They're your future workforce, they're your economy, they build resilient communities. And what we do or do not prioritize is equally crucial. And we know that currently of climate finance, only 2.4% of the global climate finance is programmed in a child-responsive way. That's a ridiculous figure. That's just a ridiculous figure. Within the same envelope, we can do better, let alone if we have more resources as per the NCQG, which I hope you will all agree on. We know that in Africa it's the youngest population ever, more than 70% under 30. But we also know that 25 countries of the 33 countries most at risk, according to our Child climate vulnerability index are in sub-Saharan Africa. How is it possible that Africa only receives 3% of global climate finance? That too is ridiculous. That too is inequity. That too is injustice. That is what we're trying to call out. But what I am saying is we must all do more, better and different as African government, as international partners and as data and scientists. So we need AAA NDCs 3.0. The A for awareness, much better data and knowledge how climate change is impacting young people. The A for ambition, much higher levels of ambition to make sure that our policies address the needs of children. And the third A for accelerated adaptation action to keep children safe. And may I add, as part of that, it's not just how we keep young children, the under 5 years of age, safe. It is also how we make sure that young people in Africa, the many young people in Africa, are skilled to be part of the solution pathway. Young people are not sitting on their hands. They want to roll up their sleeves and be part of the green transition, which we know will come. The education system is not delivering for them. We are trying with partners to equip young people for a future that looks very different than when I left high school. It is digital, it is green, and we have to equip them to engage and to be part of the solution pathway. If we don't do it now, we lose another 5 years as NDCs go by circles of 5. I can tell you from UNICEF's side, we are not ready to fail children another 5 years. We want to work with you for African children because we have to, because we must, and because we can. We want to do it with you in partnership. Thank you so much.
Thank you so much for that, Kitty. The effects of climate change on children begin even before they're born. I'm going to take that away from your comments. Riveting and lucid argument from UNICEF on why children and youth are such a critical demographic to address. We need AAA NDCs. Really appreciated that. And in fact, it is our other co-hosts today, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, who are working tirelessly to raise this ambition on the NDCs for Africa and help fill in the financial gap. So please allow me to welcome another one of our hosts to the stage, Ms. Hanan Morsi, Deputy Executive Secretary and Chief Economist at the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa. Hanan.
Ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates, good morning. Like my colleague, actually this day of COP to me is not only the most important, but the closest to my heart. Let me first start by expressing gratitude for UNICEF for partnering with us, the United Nations Economic Commission for Africa, on this critical event. Today, we stand here at a decisive moment to ensure that the rights of every child are boldly and unmistakably reflected in the next generation of the nationally determined contributions under the Paris Agreement. We cannot deny what is happening around us in the world. Climate change is reshaping our world with greater intensity and frequency of extreme weather shocks, bringing droughts, floods, and heat waves that disrupt ecosystems, economies, and communities. And as always, it's the most vulnerable who suffer the most. And that, at the heart of that, are our children. Our children are actually bearing the heaviest brunt of the crisis that they did not create. Their health is at risk, their education disrupted, their homes uprooted, and their well-being threatened. They face hunger, displacement, and erosion of opportunities. threatened by a warming world, and betrayed by inaction. This cannot stand. We must not allow their voices to be silenced, their dreams to be deferred, or their futures to be sacrificed. As leaders, as parents, it's our sacred opportunity to ensure that their needs are not only heard but prioritized, and their rights are not only acknowledged but championed. We're here today because we refuse to leave our children in such fate, and that's why we must use Human Capital and Children and Youth Day at COP to send a message that is as clear as it's urgent. Every child voice must be heard, every child need must be prioritized, and every child's future must be protected. The third generation of the nationally determined contributions must reflect that commitment, not just in a symbolic way, but as a transformative framework. It must include concrete actions to use solar systems in schools, health facilities, to provide clean cooking solutions, to electrify school transport systems, and construct energy-efficient school building. These measures not only mitigate climate impacts, but also attract private sector investments, open avenues for high-integrity carbon credits, and bring hope to communities across the continents. But mitigation alone is not enough. Child-focused NDCs must also prioritize adaptation and resilience, particularly in Africa. They must empower countries to prepare for the inevitable impact of a changing climate while fulfilling their obligations under the UN Convention on the Rights of the Child. And let us not forget the vital role of young people in shaping this future. They're not just the leaders of the future, they are the leaders of today. As Africa, youth represent 70% of the population now. They also represent a reservoir of potential and innovation. By 2040, Africa will have the largest workforce in the world, a workforce that can lead the way in climate entrepreneurship, innovation, and solutions. With the right policies and support, young people can become the architects of low-carbon sustainable Africa. We have seen this potential actually in action. One example is Dr. Stella Kabiri Marial, a young Ugandan innovator supported by our Climate Research for Development program, who developed technology to produce green nitrogen for low-cost fertilizers. Another example is our partnership with the MasterCard Foundation to create interdisciplinary labs that empower young Africans to develop cutting-edge climate solutions. These stories remind us that the spirit of innovation burns across the continent. As Madiba once said, there is no keener revelation of a society's soul than the way it treats its children. Let us reveal the best of ourselves by ensuring that our children's rights and voices are central to our climate strategies. Let us create a future where our dreams are not protected but empowered. Thank you.
Thank you for those comments, Hanan. No clearer indicator than the way that we treat our children. I'm taking that away as well today. Really riveting comments from our host speakers. Thank you to Kitty and to Hanan, UNICEF and UNECA, respectively. So, before we begin to talk policy and actually hear examples, we of course must hear from this very demographic that we're talking about today. And we're honored to hear from Ms. Zandisile Howe, Yongo representative and member of the Eswatini Climate Change Youth Parliament. Welcome, Zandisile, to the stage. And I believe you also have a video to share with us and the audience before she speaks. Let's play the video. Cue up the video, and then we'll have Zandisile.
Hi, I have some friends that want to leave a message.
You'll probably never meet me, but you could change my life.
My name is Hassan. Soy Ana Gaby.
My name is Katie.
My name is Paige.
My name is Anna.
Recently, I have experienced my first hurricane. Climate change is something very scary.
I can't help but wonder what will happen to Canada's Arctic in my lifetime.
El año pasado tuvimos muchos incendios en mi país.
The sea I live in, which is called Caspian, have a dropping sea level problem. Because climate change is an irreversible problem, we have to act fast.
So let's start now.
This is where you guys come in.
When you're working, think about us. Çünkü bu dünya hepimizin.
Contamos contigo.
Your decisions today will protect my future and those of many other youth.
We are the ones that will inherit the earth.
Size güveniyorum.
Make some good decisions.
Take the steps you need.
I really appreciate your hard work.
Wish you all the best.
Bye for now.
Bye for now, and good luck with COP29.
And good luck at COP29.
Good afternoon, distinguished delegates, panelists, and esteemed colleagues. My name is Zandisile Howe, a proud young Swazi and a representative of Yango, as well as the Eswatini Climate Change Youth Parliament. As a young climate advocate, I stand here not only as a voice for African children and youth, but as a testament for their resilience, creativity, and potential in tackling the climate crisis. It is an honor to address you today as we discuss how to ensure the next round of NDCs are inclusive, equitable, and child-sensitive. This morning at the Ethiopia Pavilion, there was the launch of the Declaration of African Children and Youth on Climate Action. This declaration amplifies the pressing need for justice, inclusion, and collaboration in addressing the climate emergency. Currently, half of the NDCs do not mention children and youth. Even more disheartening, less than 3% were included in their consultative processes. Children have not contributed to climate change, yet they face the harshest impacts from it, from extreme weather events to food insecurity and the health crisis. Excluding children and youth from the climate policy is not just a failure of imagination, but it is a profound injustice. Africa has the youngest population in the world, with 70% of sub-Saharan Africa under the age of 30, in a continent where children and youth form the majority. Failing to include them in the nationally determined contributions undermines not only their potential, but the future of Africa itself. But let me be clear, children and youth are not just victims. Across Africa, we are leading the way in climate action. Ethiopian youth are driving reforestation initiatives that restore degraded land and advance the country's NDC's goals, showcasing the importance of involving young people in decision-making to ensure innovative and community-driven solutions. In Djibouti, young-led innovations in sustainable irrigation systems address water scarcity and support the NDC targets. In Eswatini, we have the Climate Change Youth Parliament, which demonstrates the power of youth in shaping climate policy, ensuring that today's decisions reflect the aspirations of those who will inherit the climate crisis. These examples demonstrate the passion, determination, and the agency of African youth in addressing the climate crisis. To make the next NDCs inclusive and impactful, we must ensure that children's rights are central. Climate policies must reflect specifically and address the vulnerabilities and needs of children, particularly in education, health, and livelihood protection. Meaningful participation is also needed. Governments must institutionalize mechanisms for consulting children and youth in formulating and implementing the NDCs. Dedicated financing is also needed. Climate finance must allocate resources explicitly for child-sensitive adaptation and mitigation measures. To our leaders, I say prioritize children and youth in climate policies. See us not as passive recipients, but as equal partners in designing solutions. To the global community, I urge you to invest in Africa's youth, the continent's greatest asset, and the support in developing the inclusive and child-sensitive NDCs. To my fellow youth, I encourage, let us continue to innovate, collaborate, and make our voices heard. As we move forward, let us remember this. Children are not merely inheriting this planet, they are actively shaping it. Their inclusion in climate policy is not just a moral imperative, but it is a strategic necessity for a sustainable and just future. Let us rise to this challenge together for the sake of all children and the future of our beloved Africa. Ngiyabonga, thank you.
A riveting call to action from Ms. Sandisile. Thank you for that. Great. So let's get into some practicalities for how we actually do this and make our NDC3s more ambitious relative to children and young people. We know that governments are the driving force for climate policies that can meaningfully address the unique needs of this demographic. And indeed, as I mentioned, many are already integrating needs and priorities of children and young people into action, but much more needs to be done. So now we're going to move into an expert panel where we're going to hear directly on this experience. Allow me to invite up to the stage 3 key government institutions making progress in Africa and 2 regional institutions that are providing support. We have the government of Ethiopia, Madagascar, and Djibouti present with us today. Please allow me to welcome to the stage Mr. Abbas Mohammed from the Ministry of Planning and Development from the government of Ethiopia. Abbas? Thank you. Allow me to also welcome up from Madagascar, Ms. Olitiana Rotavo, the General Coordinator at the Ministry of Environment and Sustainable Development, Government of Madagascar. From Djibouti, we have Mr. Dini Abdallah Omar, Secretary General of the Ministry of Environment. Mr. Dini. From AFDB, Regional Supporting Institution. From AFDB, we have Ms. Davina Milenge, Africa NDC Hub Coordinator. Thank you, Davina. And from the UNDP Regional Office for Africa, we have Dr. Charles Nyandiga, the Regional Team Leader for Nature, Climate and Energy. Charles? No? No? Going once, twice? Okay. I think we will begin without him. Let me take to the stage. Is this on? Sorry, I was set up for the other side. Now I'm here. Okay, great. So let's begin by talking first about progress on child-sensitive climate policies in the NDCs. I'm going to come first to Ethiopia and share some examples. So Abbas, could you please provide some specific examples from Ethiopia where child-sensitive targets, services, or actions have already been incorporated into NDCs and climate adaptation plans?
Thank you very much. And first, let me express my gratitude for inviting us on this stage to share our experience regarding the ensuring the inclusive climate policy and action. And just to start from the big examples that has been undertaken through the government of Ethiopia regarding the ensuring the climate policy and action. As the first thing is from the institutional structure side. We have been implementing the climate action and the policy for the last maybe more than 10 years, following the kind of a siloed approach. That's mean the implementations that have been taken from the perspective of policies with the climate change did not counted as an integral part of development. So the first thing we have done in the last 4 or 5 years is to take into account climate change as an integral part of development. So one thing we act on is on the institutional structure to integrate the climate change into the development planning. So now in Ethiopia, Ministry of Planning and Development is responsible for all the climate policies and action. So the climate policy action and other kind of implementation is now governed within the structure of Ministry of Planning and Development. This ensure us to make or to count or to integrate climate policies and action as an integral part of development. The other one is the government of Ethiopia has put in place a strong institutional governance and coordination mechanism, like the Climate Resilient Green Economy Forum, which is a multi-sectoral as well as multi-partner governing body, including the sector, including line ministries, sectoral representatives, and development partners engaged in the implementation of NDC. And UNICEF is fortunately a member of the CRG forum, which is advocating for child and young responsive climate action and policy. And Ethiopia is a leader, of course, on the formulation of climate policies and action like NDC, as well as a longer-term low-carbon emission development strategy and national adaptation plan. And in terms of national adaptation plan, the NAP of Ethiopia is explicitly identifies children as a key target group in its climate adaptation strategy. This is one of the recognition and integration underscores the critical importance of addressing the unique vulnerabilities of needs of the children through the climate policy. And the other one is gender analysis for NAP is already conducted, and this also one of the key examples that Ethiopia is integrating the climate, the children and young, and through the process of inclusive climate action and policies. So now we are in the process of formulating NDC 3, and the Ministry of Planning and Development is leading and coordinating the preparation of this NDC 3. And the first thing we wanted to work on the NDC 3 regarding ensuring inclusive NDC 3 is we are planning to exercise stock taking that is now being conducted for the implementation of how we are being implemented, the NDC as well as NAP, and how the children and young are incorporated and integrated in the updated NDC, and the NAP is now being seen under the stock taking exercise. So this exercise will inform the preparation of NDC 3, and this stock taking exercise has a different thematic areas, which is children and young is one of the thematic areas or chapters of stock taking exercise being undertaken. So we are planning to conduct a series of consultation and workshop for having an inclusive engagement of stakeholders and towards having the inclusive and the necessary. Maybe in terms of how the challenges that we have been facing towards having an inclusive climate policy and action is one of the critical challenges insufficient vulnerability assessment as well as data generation and is very insufficient regarding the children and the young. So the Ministry of Planning and Development in collaboration with UNICEF have developed the climate landscape analysis for children, CLAC, and the climate landscape analysis for children has 6 recommendations which include child sensitive indicators to be integrated in the NDC 3 process. So one of the sources that will be taken into account to inform NDC 3 of Ethiopia will be this landscape analysis. And this landscape analysis is one part of the solution that will solve the insufficient data generation as well as the assessment we have not conducted yet to be solved through this process. So these are all that I want to share with you. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Abbas. Of course, we all know on the continent Ethiopia is such a leader for climate policy, but thank you for sharing with us what goes in on the back end. You talked about the stock taking for the upcoming NDCs. You talked about the landscape analysis, the gender analysis for the NAPs that now recognize children as a key demographic. So, of course, it just shows us, you know, especially when governments have such limited funding to spend on developing NAPs and NDCs, that you would prioritize these types of elements really sends a strong positive signal. Thank you for that. I want to come back to you on some of the lessons that you're learning, but before, let me come to Madagascar and Djibouti as well. And Otiliana, sorry, we're going to come to you next for Madagascar. Of course, as we've heard from the speakers, there's clear recognition that children are disproportionately affected by climate change, yet their voices have often been overlooked in these climate policy discussions. Could you share briefly with us how Madagascar has addressed the impacts of climate change on children within Malagasy climate policies to date?
Thank you very much for giving me the floor, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished delegates. I'm really happy to share with you today how Madagascar deals with climate change, and especially according to the thematic through children and youth. Let me share with you first the Madagascar delegation. We are coming in this COP with a clear vision that Madagascar, despite our statute as a vulnerable country, we are a country of solution and action. And how we can share this vision with all the delegation of this COP. The first of this is we want to share with you that our general policy of our country, the first pillar of our general policy is humanity. So this is positive and a best point to go through your questions, because the first pillar of our general policies is humanity. That means that gender inclusivity means youth and children, not only vulnerable people, but youth and children. This is the first point. The second point is, as you know, Madagascar has already adopted our NAPs in 2022, or the NDC in 2023. That means that our NAPs and NDC are under implementations. There are many projects and programs under implementations in each thematics: environment, population, genders, children, in Madagascar. The second point about the achievement of our general policy, the frameworks in Madagascar, is that despite the existence of NAPs, CDNs, as I said before, the general policy, we are under reforms of all frameworks, other frameworks, such as water, finance, what else about coordination. We are under reforms in the way that we need to integrate climate change in these areas, as I said. So we have 12 reforms that are undergoing also in Madagascar to integrate not only children, not only youth, but all the thematics about climate change to be addressed in the same way at a national level. The point about, I want to underline a little bit about our NDCs and the NAPS. Our NAPS has 12 priorities programs, and the NDC is to gives orientations to more adaptive actions and mitigations. Sometimes the problem at a national level is the coordinations, the synergy between all sectors, all donors, and this is what I want to share with you today. As I said before, we are coming to this COP as a country of action and solution, and we want to share with you this challenge of coordination, because the financement is here, the programmation is here, all frameworks are there, but the problem at national levels is these coordinations. Maybe, as Kitty said before, there are no more financement allowed to children, but in my point of view, maybe the financement are here, but there are lack of coordinations, because when we do programations at a national level, sometimes we forget the most vulnerable person groups, such children. So this is a big challenge to address about climate change and the implication of children. The last thing that I want to share with you is our innovative approach too. During this COP from this year, we are trying to work together and closely with youth and the youth people. So last month in Cali, during CDB COPs, we worked with youth as a policy trackers. They helped us to find ID, to align our positions with group of partners or some countries that allowed us to have more implication, more partnership. So it was really worked in Cali. Here in Baku, we try also to experience the same thing. We are working with youth negotiator, closely with the national negotiator to work closely to find how really Madagascar will be implicated in negotiation, in bilateral meetings, in side events, in partnerships. So we want really to get opportunities from this COP, not only in terms of negotiation, but in terms of all the opportunities, as I said, bilaterals, partnership, financement. So these are an innovative approach to how we integrate youth and children in the process of COP. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that, Olitiana. Well-integrated policies, clearly, as we can see in Madagascar. But thank you for highlighting that a continuing challenge of coordination at the national level, especially coordination around finance. The policies sit on paper unless there is the support to implement them. We'll come back to solutions for coordination in the second round. I want to move on to Djibouti, and hear as well from Djibouti about their experience. So Dini, you've heard Ethiopia, you've heard Madagascar. Could you share with us briefly how Djibouti has been beginning to address the impacts of climate change on children within Djibouti climate policies to date?
Bonjour tout le monde.
Good morning, everyone. I'm going to speak French, so I will ask you to use the headset to understand me. So before we discuss the children, I would like to tell you a few things about Djibouti and climate change. Djibouti is a country that is exposed to very strong heat. The temperature can reach 50 degrees in some areas in summer. Djibouti is also confronted with lack of rainfall, drought, and deforestation that has an impact on agriculture and other aspects as well. Now, in the national context, taking the youth into account, well, the youth represents 70% of our population, so the government placed in all our nationalities, the government takes into account the youth and children, and especially when it comes to climate change. Djibouti has revised their NDCs, and Djibouti took into account the needs of children and the youth in the social sectors, and especially access to water, sanitation, energy, and food, nutrition, health, and social protection. So all these sectors are taken into account when elaborating the NDCs of Djibouti. And Djibouti has also adopted an inclusive approach that allows for the consultation of all social groups, women, the youth, and all the stakeholders, in order to make sure the NDCs are inclusive. Djibouti has committed in their revised NDCs to reduce their emissions, 40% of which reduction is based on international financing. Now, when it comes to the integration of the youth in our policy in general, and the NDCs in particular, the Ministry of the Environment has developed a focal point together with UNICEF in order to track all the needs of the children, and the Ministry of Djibouti has also partnered with UNICEF to produce a report on the impact of climate change on children. And in our NDC, we also integrated a section with reference to the youth and children. And also the Ministry of the Environment has organized several trainings of the youth for climate action. And in October, we had a forum of young East Africans, and they made a declaration that was a statement that was taken into account in our efforts to tackle climate change. Djibouti has also supports the youth platform called Mobilization of the Youth for the Protection of the Environment. And the Ministry of the Environment also took part in helping the youth on the fields whenever they're working on impact analysis on climate change, raising awareness of the youth on climate change, and roundtables and debates in that respect. Djibouti also supports the participation of the youth to the COP meeting, and the youth from Djibouti took part in COP 27, 28, and 29. And also our country tries to make sure the youth is involved in defining the policies for climate change. And in the future, we want to reinforce the capacity of the youth in the matters of climate change, to update NDCs with the youth and children. And we want to promote a large participation of the youth as recipients and actors of the climate policies. In urban areas, there is very strong heat, especially the schools are not air conditioned, and in rural areas, children very often need to look for heating wood. And when there's floodings or climate crisis or drought, children are the victims of such events, and This is all being integrated currently in the NDCs of Djibouti. Thank you very much for your attention.
Merci beaucoup, Denis.
Thank you very much, Denis. This is really, was a great speech. Thank you for sharing your experience in the commitment of the youth.
So moving on, let's talk now about enabling support systems for preparing NDCs. I want to come to the Africa NDC Hub and Davina. And Davina, of course, we all know that the Africa NDC Hub, as the name implies, is a key player for facilitating a collaborative approach towards NDC development on the continent. Could you explain key progress that's being made on the road towards NDC 3s in Africa and share how children's rights and exclusiveness are already being mainstreamed within the ongoing update?
Well, thank you so much, Rebecca. Let me also add my voice to previous speakers in appreciating the work that UNICEF has done and UNHCR for hosting this side event. Indeed, I join the sentiments of their representatives on the continent's challenge with children and youth on climate. Of course, as an African mother, that is personal. And I'm here to speak about the Africa Development Bank's Africa NDC Hub. We host it, but we don't own it. It's owned by 21 development institutions, including many UN agencies. And the hub was created in 2018. And this was for us the continent as development partners to kind of harmonize how we interpreted NDCs. As you may recall, many of you, at COP21, countries submitted INDCs. And some of them were from green growth strategies or even the national communication reports that were being submitted. So it was very difficult from where we sat at the bank to interpret what investment opportunities were in those framework documents. So the NDC Hub was really created for us to coordinate. I like that you highlighted the coordination issue as partners to, first of all, understand how to do our work within NDCs and also to pool resources where it was possible to jointly implement programs. The NDC Hub is not a financing facility, it is a coordination platform. So just to give a bit of background there. Now, on the question that Rebecca, you asked on the road towards NDC 3, I'm very encouraged that the UNFCCC has brought us all on the table on the NDCs. And to date, I think in this call, as we are talking about children, we should talk about the UN as a collective with its NDC 3 2025 climate promise. When the first phase of the climate promise was done, it was, I think, only UNDP. Now we have the collective. So that really will give a big milestone in terms of coordination, in terms of bringing in the other specialized agencies that were not covered, especially on this area of children. And I like the sentiment that maybe it's not that the resources are not there, it is that even the naming of the problem is not there. We might talk food security, but until you name how the children and the youth are covered in that trajectory, it's very easy to not have them covered in our program. So it's good that we have UNICEF on this. It will bring its over 70 years of experience in diagnostics, in narratives and definitions to the NDC 3. And again, let me also take this opportunity to thank and congratulate UNICEF for being accredited to the GCF. That's a bold step. And so we're going to see traction with that. Indeed, they come with the experience of how to engage on the youth and children issues. And so as a platform, as the NDC Hub, we really would want to welcome their knowledge and expertise to drive our work. beyond the NDC Hub, we also have the MDB collective on these issues. So really having UNICEF take this step, we see that coming into our work programs. So now specific on progress on the NDC3, they're only just beginning. I think at this COP we are counting 3 countries that have submitted NDC3s. I know on the continent we have 38 countries that have requested support. And at the back, we are starting with 5, and those are supported through our fund called the Africa Climate Change Fund, with support from Austria. So we are going to be leapfrogging that. We have the Climate Action Window that also announced a technical assistance facility. So the NDC3s will also be supported through there. The call was made this week, or the past week, and we would really want to see some of these programs that support youth and children supported through that. Now, let me also articulate, as our leaders have said here, that we have political leadership. This is one country that came to COP21 with continental programs on adaptation and renewable energy. So we have the political will to drive this agenda. And we have not left it at that. We even have an Africa Accelerated Adaptation Program, and all 25 billion to that. So there are avenues to deal with this challenge. All we want to see, just echoing what the government representatives have said, is to see the means of implementation, to see traction and scale on the means of implementation. I really commend the effort or the voice around making sure that by the time we leave COP, that there is progress on the finance track. Because we might do all the NDCs, how many versions of NDCs, but until we make progress on the means of implementation, we remain with the challenge. So thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Davina. I think it's becoming clear. We're starting to see a narrative here that it's not so much about the availability of resources, not so much about political will, but really this issue of coordination coming up in every speaker's remarks, and how we sort of get traction at scale for meaningful implementation. So let's do another round just on that. This will be our last round before we go to some Q&A. So just very brief answers before we close. Abbas, I'm going to come back to you on Ethiopia. And I'm wondering if you can share some of your best practices or lessons learned from Ethiopia on this issue of coordination at the national level. Is that any advice that you can share that will help guide others in Africa as they prepare their own NDCs?
That's it. Thank you very much. And let me concentrate on one issue. That's one lesson we have learned through the process of formulating inclusive climate policies like NDC3 is we need to go beyond the conventional sectors on the formulation of climate policies that we have been formulating in the previous years. So including sectors like social sector, like education, health is very critical on ensuring the inclusive NDCs and other climate actions. For this, so we are planning to include specific targets for social sectors like education and health on the new NDC 3.0. And the other one for this is one of the critical things we have to work out is having reliable data is a critical one. So for understanding specific challenges faced by children and for designing effective intervention, we need to have reliable data, and so increased investment in research as well as in data collection related to children and climate change is very critical. And the other one is on the approach. On the approach, we have to ensure that we are following the integrated and multi-sectoral approach. and we have to think of the development and climate change has to be integrated, and this is the key lesson we have been learning through the process of having the inclusive climate action. And the last one, on the mobilizing climate finance, we have to work with the partners as well as with the finance source from GCF and with other partners on mobilizing resources towards ensuring the inclusive and necessary. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you for that, Abbas. Very clear advice. One, you're saying to governments we need to go beyond the traditional sectors as we think about child services. Two, reliable data and data collection. And then three, coordination mechanisms for the mobilizing of resources at the national level. Very clear. Thank you for that. Otiliana, I want to come to you next. You mentioned the challenge of coordination. You're here at the COP trying to solve for that issue. What are some of the practical solutions that you want to see, not just coming out of this COP, but coming out of the 2025 NDC submission that will improve this challenge of coordination?
So I want just to share with you, before coming to COP, Madagascar has done national dialogues, regional dialogues, and 1 regional dialogues, and 5 national dialogues about the 3 conventions of Rio. So this is one of our best practices for this year about coordination. We are trying to put all the national focal point of the 3 conventions of Rio in the same basket to really go more and improve coordinations. It's not easy. It's not easy to deal with that, but for this year we finalize all national dialogues. This is the first step that Madagascar come to COP and doing these dialogues. This is the first point. The second point, as I said before, is the way we can, before coming to COP also, we gather our partners and sharing with them what we really do in COPs and integrate them in all the process. This is also the second point of our coordinations, innovations for these years. And the last point that I want to share with you is about the financement. Before Biodiversity COP, UNFCCC COP, UNCCD COPs, they have their own manners, their own methodology, but for this year we adopted at a national levels through the government the council one strategy how we will go through 2024 to 2023. And this last point join your questions about how we really go to innovation and really more coordinate about implementation of climate change at a national level, not only at a national level, but at international levels. The first point that I think it's a solution is, as I said before, about financement, optimization of all financement. There are traditional financements such as GEF mechanism, GCF mechanism, but there are also philanthropic financement, private sector financement, domestic financement. So we need really to optimize all these financement that are available now to implement really our NDC, and to go to NDC 3.0, it will be better to do a national assessment to prioritize really which sectors are priority at the national levels. As I said before, our general policy, the first pillar is humanity, social. So we need really to relate to these pillars when we will deal with our NDC 3. The third propositions is about leadership. All these reforms, all this organization, all this coordination is not possible if there are not a leader, really a leader to lead at a national level and in regional levels and international levels. So this is my solution. So we need to find the leaders to lead, for example, African group to innovate their way of negotiate, for example. And the last thing is technology. When we said children, youths, they are really interested in technology. So the transfer of technology, we need to link really technology and youth and child if we need to really integrate in technology at the NDC 3.0. Thank you.
Thank you so much for that very practical advice I'm hearing. And indeed, the three COPs are inherently interconnected and interrelated. So really fantastic to see that Madagascar, through its national dialogues, has convened the national focal points across the three Rio conventions together. A brilliant idea for coordination. You've talked about convening international partners, and you've talked about figuring out ways to optimize across the various pools of financing that are available, national assessments of sectors where you can identify priorities for your international partners to be supporting in Madagascar. So brilliant advice coming out already. Finally, before we turn to the NDC Hub again, I want to come to Djibouti. Andini, just over to you for your thoughts, your final reflections on best practices learned from your own experience. You spoke a lot about how we engage youth in actually developing the policy. Tell us a little bit about some of your biggest barriers, biggest challenges, and your advice for other like-minded African countries.
Merci.
Thank you very much. In order to elaborate the national policy documents, we have implemented and created institutions. We have a general policy document named Vision to 2035. We also have documents for 5 years periods, and all the policies are integrated within these documents. Now for the NDC's elaborations, we have a Sustainable Development National Commission, we have a Climate Change Commission, and while elaborating the NDCs, we organize various workshops in order to forecast the various steps of the NDCs and in order to consult the population, the local population. So at the phase of the document elaboration, we don't have much of an obstacle in terms of coordination. It comes to the practice, because the ministries are sector-based. You have an agriculture ministry, you have an energy ministry, you have a health ministry, education ministry, and they work apart. And every ministry tends to work on its field without taking into account climate change or its impact upon children. So what's tricky is when you switch to the implementation of the climate change related policies. For that purpose, one of the means in order to overcome the obstacle, the pitfalls, is to mobilize and engage youth, young people, to include education to climate change, but also local authorities, parents, associations, and to mobilize all the actors, all the stakeholders to take into account the climate change aspect within every sector, but also to acknowledge all the vulnerable populations, women, youngsters, children, elderly people. It is extremely important to have all of them engaged, not only at the policies elaboration step, but also when it comes to its implementation. You have to hear them and to engage them. You need them. That's what we are doing our best trying to do.
Thank you so much for that, Dini. A real call towards engagement of the demographic itself, youth and children, in policy design. As we close our panel, I want to come finally to the Africa NDC Hub and Davina again. You've heard each of our panelists talk a bit about monitoring and data, the key outstanding element here. As we close, I'm wondering, Davina, if you can share with us what systems would need to be in place or are in place to track progress and ensure accountability as we press towards more child prioritized NDCs.
Yeah, thanks so much, Rebecca. And so I wonder if many in our audience have heard so much about the NDC partnerships, NDC3 Navigator tool. I really would want to encourage all ministries or data inputs that are dealing with NDCs to support us and help us include the country needs into the Navigator. That will help us as institutions on the other end streamline how we deliver support. So the NDC3 is a very, Navigator tool is a very critical tool, a new innovation beyond as we deliver or design and deliver NDC3s. Now, the COP28 Global Stocktake gave us an opportunity to course correct on what didn't happen in the previous iterations of NDCs. So the NDC3, we are now looking at an economy-wide approach, a whole of society approach to these issues. They talked data, very critical. And for us to have good NDCs, we need to get into the process of long-term strategies and long-term visioning. We've, at the Africa Development Bank, again through the Africa Climate Change Fund, we've supported 4 countries deliver their long-term visions. It's a very elaborative process. So it was Lesotho, Botswana, Liberia, and Gabon. It has engagements, and this is where all these issues around youth and children get collected into the visioning, so that by the time the next NDC happens, that is already structured in the long-term strategy of the country. So it's a very important tool. Now, third, we've also been supporting countries on transparency reporting. So until we can progressively report through our BTORs, then we are able to course correct on the next NDCs. So it's very important that with the first BTORs that are supposed to be completed at the end of this year, that we see all this come through in terms of impact matters on all the vulnerable communities. That will then trigger action in the next NDCs. And then, lastly, NDCs have to be investment plans. They cannot sit different for where the country's investment plans are. Because, as we all have heard, Africa has 35% of the global natural resources needed for the transition. So all that has to be built into our national NDCs. And then lastly, national budgeting. And this also, we need to see that work. ECA has good work on national budgeting and green. We would want to share all that knowledge resource. WRI has that capacity as well. So we would want to invite you to bring all those diagnostic and national scaling to help us in designing and coming up with tools that speak to all these levels that boost inclusion. Maybe lastly, I want to point out that at the African Development Bank, our new 10-year strategy, 2024-2033, calls on all our investments to have a youth marker. In our previous one, we had a gender marker, and it transformed how we do business. We are now introducing a youth marker to all our investments. So those are step changes on building on-scale and quality investments. Thank you so much.
Thank you for that, Davina. Really excellent to hear what AFP is doing to support this coordination effort, these coordination efforts, the support to countries on reporting, the support on countries for countries towards developing these long-term strategies, the support on national budgeting. That call very much heard by us at WRI. Thank you for that. And fantastic to know that even at AFDB, strategies must now have these youth trackers, these youth markers associated with them. That's a real signal that you're sending to the continent. So thank you for that. Well, this has been such a riveting conversation. I've really learned so much. I hope you all have too. We're hearing some very practical, wide-ranging recommendations for the mainstreaming of children's rights in our NDC3s. Let's just have a quick round of applause for our panelists. And before we begin to close, we have a poem by one of our youth delegates also with us in the room. I hear that we have with us Beza Melaku Mandrefo, who is going to share a poem with us. Thank you for that, Beza.
Good afternoon. Distinguished officials, honorable guests, it is an honor to stand before you today. Me and my colleague now over there are lucky to be selected as UNICEF Youth Delegates. UNICEF Youth Delegates represent the vulnerable groups, children, youth and girls in Ethiopia. We have traveled a long distance from our home country, and I sincerely hope something truly fruitful comes out of it. I will represent a very short speech on behalf of Ethiopia, so bear with me for a few minutes. She is not here. If I could have one wish today, it would be for silence to speak, to scream through hollow stomachs, through empty classrooms, through dreams crushed under the weight of storms they didn't create. Look around. This room is full of voices, of power, of plans, but she's not here. That girl, the one who hasn't gone to school for over a year, the one whose trust has outlasted the days she's counted, the one whose voice is a whimper drowned out by floods, the one whose voice is a whisper drowned out by floods, buried beneath droughts. She's not here. She's not at this table. She's not at this conference. She's not hearing the decisions made for her life. But I am. I am here. And though my power is small, my voice is loud. This stage is hers through me. This mic, these words, they belong to her, so listen closely. We have talked so much. The echoes of our words have filled these halls, but her silence, it screams. Through the hunger that's now louder than any speech, through the cracks of empty schools, through the disasters that flash across our screens. And what about her sister? The one sold off to marry a man older than her father, because her family had nothing left to cope, because the rains never came, because the crops refused to grow. She has no clue what education means, no idea what letters form the words of her stolen future. She has forgotten what it feels like to be in a classroom, what it feels like to run, to laugh, to hang out with friends. She does not know the world that is revolving around her. Her world is still, her world is small, her world is shrinking. With every decision made without her voice in this room. But let me tell you, a wise person once said, climate finance is not charity. It is not debt, but it is an investment. An investment in children and youth, and the soil they till, and the air they breathe, and the futures they dare to dream, but cannot yet reach. When you invest in a child, you are not gifting, you are building. When you give her water, you're giving her life. When you give her school, you're giving her flight. And Cope, older than her years by decades, still debating, still calculating, still discussing, how many cups will it take for us to decide? How many summits will it take for us to bring her into this room? How many plates will it take for her to be here? To agree, to act, to finally heal what is breaking. This isn't policy, it is humanity. And if not us, then who? If not now, then when? Thank you.
A round of applause for Beza. Such powerful words. Thank you for that reminder that those of us who are privileged enough to be here in the rooms are here on behalf of those who are not. Thank you for that, Beza. Well, it was such a pleasure to be part of this conversation with you all. I've really enjoyed myself. My name is Rebecca Shirley. I'm from the World Resources Institute Africa. I didn't even introduce myself at the beginning. We're so happy to be partnering with UNICEF and UNECA to raise ambition for children and youth in Africa. To close today's session, I of course must give the honor to Mr. Linus Mofor, Senior Environmental Officer at UNECA, transitioning to UNICEF, a perfect embodiment of the partnership that we need to see to support children and youth in the NDCs. Linus, over to you to close.
Thank you very much, Rebecca. Can I please kindly request you give a very loud applause to Beza? That was a wonderful poem. Oh, they are not there, yeah? It's about her, they are not here. Look around, they are not here. We need to hear them. And we thank you very much for giving us the opportunity to drum home the message that our principals, Dr. Mosi, thank you very much. And Ms. Kitty, unfortunately, she had to leave a bit early. Thank you very much for setting the scene. But thank you very much, Rebecca, and our esteemed panelists for having really, really drum home. Because when you look at the panelists, the youth are not there. But that was for a reason, right? Because we wanted to hear from the youth, get what they say, and make the point. But hear from the policymakers. Are you hearing the youth? Are you seeing the youth? Yeah? So when you go home, we heard a wonderful example from Djibouti, Madagascar, Ethiopia. When you go home in your NDCs, are you going to ensure that child-friendly actions are prioritized in the NDCs? Because as Biza said, it is not charity. It is an investment. When you invest, you have a rate of return. You have a return on your investment. And I think, Dr. Mosi, you mentioned about examples like solarization of schools and health facilities. If you put those kind of actions in your NDCs, there are investment opportunities. But making sure that, like Kitty was saying in the beginning, that even the child still in the womb is already being prioritized, is already being protected. So a child-focused NDC is a bankable NDC, is an NDC that helps us to bring more climate finance, is an NDC that helps us to hear and see and ensure that the children are well protected. So we really thank you very much, Rebecca. In fact, earlier on I was speaking at an event this morning with a World Food Program and Sustainable Energy for All about clean cooking programs for schools. Imagine a situation where in every school across the continent, across the world, we have clean cooking solutions. Children have well-cooked meals that are cooked in ways that the government hasn't got the money to invest, but they provide the opportunity for climate finance. Investors can come in, invest in clean cooking, through that process, raise carbon credits, which are high quality, that Mosi mentioned, then they can raise a lot of money. So there's a lot we can do when we use the eye of an NDC that is from a children's perspective. So thank you very much. Thank you, Rebecca, as always, for a wonderful job. We look forward to our continuing collaboration with WRI, ECA, UNICEF, SC4, and all these other people, WFP, who are working in this agenda, that maybe in Belém will have already examples of impactful. The statistics that Kitty mentioned earlier, hopefully when we meet in Belém, we'll see a big tick up in that because of the things that we've discussed here today. And thank you very much, colleagues, for having sacrificed your time to come here to listen and be part of this momentum. It is a wasted opportunity if we don't see the wonderful investment that we need to do through a child-focused NDC. So thank you very much for coming, and have a good day. Thank you. So can I call on Dr. Mosi to come and have a group picture with the speakers, please?
Osho Mountain, you know.
Chris. Filẹ̀ sí. Chris. Mbẹ́rù sí àbí? Mọ̀ ya kọ́ lọ.
Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Can you hear me? Can you put on your headset, please? Okay. Can you put on your headsets, please? Then we can go ahead, please. I think we'll just start, and as people put on their headsets, we'll just start. Can you hear me? It's good? Okay, good. Okay. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to this African Development Bank, PACJA and AXEA event. I am Peter Minang. I'm the Director for Africa for C4ICRAF, and I'm very pleased to be privileged this afternoon to moderate. It's not? No. S'il vous plaît, portez les casques. Dites aux voisins de porter les casques.
Please wear your headset and tell the person sitting next to you to use the headset.
The headsets because they can't hear, but because they don't have the headsets on. Yeah? Okay, I think we'll just start. Welcome once again to this event. With the honor of the African Development Bank, AXEA and PACJA, I'd like to start immediately on the event. Please tell your neighbors to put on the headsets if they are not listening, so we can move on. But I'd like to invite Mr. Alhamdou Dorsuma, who's the World Bank, the African Development Bank lead, and Dr. Jamshi Augustine, who will give us our opening remarks on behalf of the organizers. But let's start with Dr. Jamshi Augustine to give us the opening remarks, please. Can we welcome him, Dr. Jamshi?
Thank you, Peter. And colleagues, dear friends, ladies and gentlemen, we appreciate the time you've given to attend what we consider one of the most important events that is taking place here in the African Pavilion. It is an event by the African Development Bank Civil Society Coalition for Climate Change and Energy, which is facilitated by PACJA and AXEA. And so I would like to start by recognizing the great role that the African civil society has played over the years in the recent past in working with the African Development Bank to walk this path together. And colleagues, we know that the African continent has always had adaptation as a need, a priority. And for over the years, the African group of negotiators, I see some of them seated here, has always tried to push that agenda item. Of recent, after the stocktake, it is very clear to us that what matters to the continent more, which is adaptation, has not had the kind of coverage and the kind of attention, both in action and the provision of finances. So we thought it wise as a coalition to sit together and chart the way forward. Adaptation being our main goal, adaptation being our main concern, we have to sit as Africans, civil society, the bank and the governments to chart the way forward. Reason why we have this as a theme, advancing climate action and needs-based adaptation in Africa, partnership for a sustainable future. This partnership is about everybody. This partnership is about Friends of Africa and Africans working together to meet the adaptation needs of the continent. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, in 2022, TIEFON published an analysis, a report, which states that 11 countries of sub-Saharan Africa, representing 350 million people, were going to spend 5 times their budget for adaptation than they're spending for healthcare. The title of that report is Dying to Adapt. So it means, with or without external support, African governments and African people are already spending a lot for adaptation. And when we talk about needs, we have to know that our needs are clear, both in our national adaptation plans and other instances. So it is not like we're looking for money just to do anything. The needs are already there. So how can we get the finances, the means of implementation, without partnerships? Therefore, bridging the local and global stakeholders is one of the most important things. Those who are at the front line of climate change, the women, the girls, and the young people who are feeling the pain or the pinch of climate disasters, should be on the table with the others, and of course from the local, national, and global, linking our friends. Regional collaboration is very important for a unified voice of the continent. I remember in 2009 we had this slogan, One Africa, One Voice, One Position. That One Africa, One Voice, One Position meant that it was one voice for everybody coming from Africa. Civil society, the African private sector, the governments, and everybody. It is time we come back to that slogan for adaptation. Then there should be cross-sectoral synergies. Partnerships are very important, not just between African countries and global partners, but even within countries. We see ministries work like islands, ministries of the same government, of the same country. Agriculture is doing that thing, environment is doing that thing, plan and regional development, finance. We need those synergies in between in our institutions and across institutions. Then the role of international donors and private sector cannot be overemphasized here. The rhetoric up to now has been there's no business case for adaptations, hence private financing cannot really come. But this is wrong. When once you build the capacity of the people to be resilient and have adaptive capacity, you are making a market for yourself. So that thing of bankability and all those things that stop private finance from coming for adaptation should be, it is not fair, and it doesn't make economic sense if you look at it. Peter will be talking about some things that have not, from the onset, not presented any bankability the way it is, but those are the striving sectors in the continent. He will be talking about that. And then a strong African advocacy at negotiations is important. We, the civil society, PACJA, AXIA, and the World Bank Civil Society Coalition on Climate Change and Energy have built the momentum. Over the last few years, we focused so much on adaptation and resilience building in Africa. So we think if we work together, governments, the bank, private sector, and the civil society, we can raise the pertinence and urgency of adaptation and hence adaptation finance. With this, ladies and gentlemen, I think it is important for us to come back to the slogan, One Africa, One Voice, One Position, in order to drive this agenda. I thank you very much.
One Africa, one voice, you know, and that can't be overemphasized. I think that's a really valid point that Dr. Njamshi has really emphasized. I think, you know, to be honest, I think there are viable business cases on the continent for investments in adaptation. Agroforestry, forestry, we have established cases, even confirmed by IPCC evidence, that is valid investment. So without much ado, I think we'll try and espouse a little bit on that. But I'd like to then call on our second speaker this afternoon, Mr. Alhamdou Dorsuma, who is the Division Manager for Climate Change and Green Growth at the African Development Bank. He's one of our eminent leaders on the continent on this subject, and we'd like him to give some opening remarks. Welcome, Mr. Dorsuma. Thank you.
Thanks very much, and thanks, Augustine, for your remarks and for emphasizing the importance of adaptation and the need for strong synergies across sectors in our countries. Distinguished guests, partners, colleagues, representatives of civil society organizations, good afternoon and welcome to the Africa Pavilion. It's an honor to be here with you at this critical event, an event organized with excellence and dedication by African civil society organizations on behalf of the Bank Civil Society Coalition for Climate and Energy under the leadership of PACJA. This event, held under the leadership of our CSO partners, showcases the strength and capability of civil society in Africa when empowered and entrusted with responsibility and dedication. Your organizational skills and relentless drive have brought us here today, creating a platform for meaningful dialogue on climate action and climate justice for Africa. I commend all of you for your incredible efforts towards that journey. As you may know, climate action in Africa requires a collective effort from a wide range of stakeholders, including civil society organizations. Because only one organization or only one stakeholder cannot make it. Because Africa civil society organizations are already playing a critical role in driving national and locally led climate adaptation actions in our countries. And they are also advocating for climate justice, for climate priorities for Africa in the continental and global stages. It is in this context that the African Development Bank CSO Coalition on Climate Change and Energy was established. This coalition demonstrates a true partnership based on shared goals and mutual respect. We are impressed by how, and as we see today, by how the civil society organizations in Africa effectively and dynamically engage in addressing these complex challenges we are facing. Together, we are showing that collaboration rooted in trust and shared commitment can deliver remarkable outcomes. Today's session focuses on advancing climate action and needs-based adaptation in Africa. Partnership for a Sustainable Future is both timely and profoundly relevant because at COP29 here, we have the opportunity and a pivotal moment to reassess, recommit, and amplify our actions on climate justice and climate action, placing the needs of African populations firmly at the center. This topical issue speaks directly to the heart of the Bank Civil Society Coalition on Climate and Energy. And to date, This partnership has been integral in ensuring that Africa's voice is heard on the global climate stage, aligning our priorities with a people-centered approach, which is very important to the African Development Bank and to the African civil society. As we gather today here, we are acutely aware of the challenges that Africa continues to face, as the impacts of climate change are intensifying, affecting lives, livelihoods, and entire ecosystems across our continent. Addressing these challenges requires a comprehensive and tailored response, which is why our coalition's work is so critical. Together, we are advocating for a form of climate action and climate justice that recognizes Africa's unique context and supports the resilience of its people. Today, we have an opportunity to address several issues. We must discuss ways to mobilize resources more effectively to support adaptation, strengthen resilience, and accelerate the green transition, including energy transition in Africa. We need to explore innovative mechanisms for funding, the strategies to empower local communities in initiatives that align with the unique needs and priorities of the African continent. For instance, the ongoing work of the bank's Climate Action Window and the African Climate Change Fund demonstrates our commitment to these goals. And I am pleased to announce that these two funds, have recently issued open calls for project proposals with windows of opportunities to support civil society organizations in advancing climate action across the continent. These opportunities will ensure that African civil society organizations continue to play a vital role in shaping and implementing solutions on the ground. As I conclude, I like to mention that today we have an outstanding lineup of speakers who bring expertise, insight, and commitment to the cause of climate action and climate justice in Africa. Their voices, along with yours, are essential as we seek to advance an inclusive, impactful agenda that not only addresses the current climate crisis, but also builds a sustainable future for generations to come. In closing, I want to extend my gratitude to each of you for your strong commitment to this partnership. Your work and collaboration are driving real progress and giving us reason to be hopeful. The African Development Bank stands ready and stands firmly on your side, committed to this coalition and to climate agenda that serve the people of Africa. Let us continue to strengthen our partnership, deepen our impact, and together make lasting strides towards climate resilience and justice for all in Africa. I wish us all a productive, insightful, and successful session. I thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Can we give Mr. Dosuma another hand again, please? And thank you. We can't overemphasize the importance of the partnership, especially acknowledging the leadership of the bank and the partnership with civil society and what they are delivering for the continent. So I'm really grateful and we recognize that. Thank you. To move on, I think we've had some of the keynote addresses. Now we'll talk a little bit, move a bit more into the substance. We have Dr. Eugene Fongwa, who's the Director of Programs for ACSEA, who's going to talk to us a little bit about finance in a bit more detail and lay the basis for our discussion that will follow with the panel. Dr. Fongwa, please, come on. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Peter. Good afternoon, everyone. The key words in our conversation this afternoon is needs-based adaptation. And we are trying to propose through this side event a new way of looking at adaptation, perhaps a new focus on our approach to adaptation on the continent. And this is the result of our assessments of all the approaches that have been on the table and recognizing their inadequacies. And so allow me in the next couple of minutes go through some excerpts from a paper that we're still developing to share thoughts, and hope that as we broaden the conversation, we're going to shape our ideas around this subject a little more. As we already know, as a continent, adaptation finance is, in its current state, a cornerstone of global climate response. And it's recognized in almost all of the international instruments, not only aimed to address the climate crisis, but also to advance sustainable development. However, we find that the political commitment and the putting in place and making operational adaptation finance remains very weak. As of 2023, adaptation finance accounts for only a fraction of global finance, with most funds skewed towards mitigation efforts like renewable energy and emission reductions. Compounding this financial shortfall is the misalignment between how adaptation finance is allocated and the actual needs of vulnerable communities. Existing mechanisms often prioritize blanket or donor-defined criteria over locally identified priorities, leading to inefficiencies and inequities in the distribution of resources. In addition to that, bureaucratic barriers within multilateral funds such as the Green Climate Fund and the Adaptation Fund further hinder access to countries most in need of adaptation finance. And so we think that a needs-based approach to financing adaptation offers a solution to these challenges. This model shifts the focus from donor-driven agendas to prioritizing the specific and localized needs of vulnerable populations. Needs-based financing is rooted in principles of equity, efficiency, and people-centered development, ensuring that resources are allocated to projects with the greatest potential to enhance resilience. It also recognizes the heterogeneity of climate change impacts across regions and communities, allowing for tailored solutions that address unique vulnerabilities. And so what we hope to do is to advance this approach and hope that it becomes the cornerstone of our approach to adaptation finance, especially within the context of defining a new climate finance goal. But what exactly is the case for a needs-based financing of adaptation? Number one, as I have mentioned, it offers a transformative framework for addressing the persistent gap and inefficiencies in the current climate finance landscape. This model prioritizes efficiency and context-specific solutions, enabling the most vulnerable communities to adapt effectively to the impact of climate change. By aligning financial flows with actual needs on the ground, it ensures that adaptation efforts are not just well-funded, but well-targeted. It is also important because there are gaps with the current adaptation finance system. As we all know, despite the growing recognition of adaptation as a critical pillar of climate action, the financial mechanisms intended to support it remain inadequately designed to meet the realities of vulnerable communities. Global adaptation finance remains far below the estimated needs, with the bulk of resources, as I mentioned earlier, going into mitigation actions. A significant part of the problem lies in the centralized, donor-driven architecture of climate finance. Multilateral mechanisms like the Green Climate Fund or the Adaptation Fund impose rigid eligibility criteria and complex application processes which disadvantage countries with limited institutional capacity. Furthermore, these mechanisms prioritize projects with high financial returns and emission reductions, leaving critical but less profitable adaptation measures underfunded. This misalignment creates a paradox. Those most vulnerable to the impacts of climate change face the highest barriers to accessing the very resources intended to support their adaptation. And so bridging this gap is going to be critical in making adaptation finance effective. The need-based adaptation finance approach that we are advocating is grounded in three core principles, and I'm going to mention them very quickly. The first is equity, in that by recognizing that the impacts of climate change are not evenly distributed, needs-based financing prioritizes countries and communities most at risk. The second principle is that it's of context specificity. Because climate risks vary widely across regions, ecosystems, and livelihoods, needs-based financing emphasizes localized solutions tailored to the unique vulnerabilities and capacities of effective communities. And the third principle is that of flexibility. Unlike rigid, donor-driven models, a need-based approach allows recipient countries to define their own adaptation priorities. But exactly, and I'm going to wrap up soon, why is a needs-based adaptation approach likely to work? The first thing is that it leads to improved efficiency in the delivery of resources. Directing resources to areas of greatest need enhances the impact of every dollar that is spent. Secondly, it's more suited to building long-term resilience. By addressing systemic vulnerabilities, needs-based financing strengthens the adaptive capacities of communities and ecosystems. And thirdly, it's the best approach to fostering trust and collaboration, especially in a context where it's so limited. A needs-based approach promotes transparency and inclusiveness, fostering stronger relationships between donors. I'm going to end with a number of key recommendations which we think, if adopted, could enable us not only channel money where it's needed, but create transformatory impacts across the continent. And the first is that there is need for a reform of climate finance mechanisms. A number of things that must be done. The first is that there is need to urgently simplify access. Secondly, there is need to develop clear needs-based guidelines to help governments and communities properly assess their needs and align those needs with the demands for adaptation finance. And thirdly, there is need to enhance transparency and accountability. The second most important thing that needs to happen is that there is need to align the NCQG with needs-based principles. And there are a number of things that need to happen in this respect. Number one, prioritizing adaptation in the NCQG. And in this regard, we're speaking almost directly to our negotiators. But also, integrating needs assessment into funding criteria, as needs assessment are very central to a needs-based financing of adaptation. And thirdly, supporting predictable and long-term financing. The third most significant area of recommendation that we propose is to support locally led adaptation initiatives. And I think the previous speakers have mentioned that quite a bit. A number of things to do as well is to expand funding for local actions, promote participatory planning, and bridge the capacity gap. And finally, I think the recommendation is actually the main purpose while we are here, is fostering partnerships across stakeholders to ensure that these ideals and this approach, it's not only an issue of discussions, but that it's translated into concrete action and therefore the transformation of lives across the continent. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Eugene. Thanks a lot. Really, really valid points. I think needs-based adaptation finance, equity, context-specific flexibility, but most importantly, being flexible and simple. I think that's a really strong message. Now, to move that forward, we're going to have 5 panelists to talk a little bit further about that and sort of tease that out a little bit. And I'll ask the panelists to come up to the stage now. Mr. Samba Fall of Enda Energy. Mr. Samba Fall is the Climate and Systemic Transformation Manager at Enda Energy, based out of Dakar. Welcome. Thank you for coming. We have Madame Pauline Nantongo, who's the director and founder of EcoTrust in Uganda, and she'll be here to talk a little bit to us as well on the subject. Our next speaker is my brother and friend, although sometimes we fight a lot, Dr. Peter Odengo of AFDAN, who's going to come up here, and we all know him, a real champion on the finance side of things. Welcome, Peter. Thank you. And we have next another brother of mine. I don't think this guy needs an introduction. He's the coordinator of the Climate Action Window at the African Development Bank, but someone who's well known also in the ARC space, Dr. James Kinyangi. Welcome, my brother. Thanks. And we have one last person, Madame Rita Efa of AFDB, who is the coordinator of the Africa Climate Change Fund at the bank. Thank you, Rita. Thanks. And so we have a really nice panel lined up for you. Each of them will speak to you for about 5 minutes. And please take note, we are not going to have questions after each one of them speak. So please take some notes if you want to ask questions. Just take note. After all of them speak, then you'll have a chance to ask your questions, please. So please do open your notebooks and take some notes in terms of questions, comments, because it will only come at the end of their interventions. And we'll have others come up stage as well for any questions and any. So without much ado, we'll start with Mr. Samba Fall of Enda Energy, who's going to talk to us a little bit about effectiveness of climate finance. Mr. Samba, do you want to come here, please? Thank you. Oh, there's a mic if you want to.
Thank you very much for this honor to share with you some insight from Enda Energy. So I'm Samba Fall, based in Senegal, working on climate change, but also on transitions. But I would like to thanks for my previous speakers, because most of that I would like to share has been also highlight. But I would like to share a bit some insight that are very relevant for this panel. First is the top-down approach, because I think that if we really want to size the current burden, but also to estimate the needs from the local area, we need to enhance the way that the finance needs are being done, because most of the work that has been done back to 2022, there was a study that has been done by the UNFCCC on the need-based adaptation project. And at that time, just for the sake of example, we can take the one on West Africa. It was saying that from the NDC and the technology adaptation plan, the West Africa have a need of almost $207 billion for the 5 years coming. But I think that what is missing there is that most of this process are not really rooted in the grassroots level. Most of the estimate are being just estimate of rough need of the investment needed. So it is one fact that we have to consider. The second one is the burden and admin complexity of the current existing funding. But the main issue there is the delays, because we are suffering, we are the one who are vulnerable, and we can't wait for having, after an approval of project, to wait more than 2 or 3 years before getting to the current funding. So it is something that we have to consider. And the second one also, the current quality of the climate funding exactly, because they are oriented towards loans, and Africa really need a grant basis. But the fact is that most of the grant bases are also underestimated and not predictable. So we need, therefore, to change the shift a bit the way that the funding is being assessed and being implemented. And last but not least is, as we should not always run our project under the ad hoc or short-term vision. We should shift toward a more transitional pathway that are considering long-term strategies. And at the moment in the COP, we are talking more on how to finance long-term strategies. And adaptation and climate resilience was the key point that our African countries and least development countries are really fighting for. But to really implement such anchor or such dimension, we need to have a grassroots and locally led estimation of what are the needs, and also to include other sectors that are not really well considered at the moment. Most of the work that are being done is agriculture, water resource management, but there are some additional sectors that are not well covered in the need assessment. And last but not least, I think that there is a way to improve the current funding assessment. We are more looking for the local communities, but the small scale enterprise, young entrepreneurs really can do a great job in leveraging more funding, not only from the climate windows. So we need to emphasize on how to build up a more innovative funding mechanism, not only following the current one. So these are some points that I would like to highlight to complete the really good assessment that has been done by my previous colleague. Thank you.
Thank you, Samba. Really on point. You were just on time, so thank you very much for keeping time. That's really helpful. And really valid points there in terms of loans versus grants, and very valid points about the need to emphasize on transition pathways and not very short-term projects. Thank you very much, really valid points. We'd like to then call on Madame Pauline Nantongo to talk a little bit. I've known Pauline for a very long time, so glad to have you here.
Thank you very much, and good afternoon, everybody. My name is Pauline Nantongo Kalunda, and I'm coming from Uganda. We work with smallholder communities that we have supported to access all sorts of financing mechanisms. And from my experience, there is no silver bullet. There is no silver bullet, and also there is no one-size-fits-all. One of the things that we need to understand is that adaptation is a very long-term investment. And yet, the majority of the people that we work with, they have so much barriers in what they do that they've adopted a very short planning horizon. Most of the farmers that we work with, or the landholders that we work with, they plan for one season. And one of the things that we have found to be quite effective is interventions that are able to transform that planning horizon from a short term to a very long term. And when it comes to financing, we have learned that all these sources of financing are only appropriate for a certain time within that investment horizon. So it's very important to know which stage is appropriate for grant financing, which stage is appropriate for your own internally generated revenue, and which stage is appropriate for private sector financing. And being able to deploy those resources to de-risk the people that we work with so that they are able to become viable for the next stage of financing. For example, the people that we work, there is even no insurance for adaptation. There is no loan financing because it's highly risky. But we've been able, for example, to use carbon financing, the way we deploy the carbon financing, to create a credit history for the people that we work with. Then they are also able to use the agreements that they have with us as collateral to access loans. Then the same platforms that we use to aggregate to be able to achieve scale to access the carbon market are the same platforms we also use to access other markets. So together you're able to create this business ecosystem around adaptation initiatives such as tree planting, but with diversified income sources all working together, because no one of them is a silver bullet to be able to get us out of this adaptation conundrum. Thank you very much.
Wonderful. Pauline, as pointy as always, really helpful. I think key things long term, following on from what Samba had talked about, and the nested and blended sort of finance approach within an ecosystem, really, really important aspects that we need to keep in mind. And I think that really sets us off nicely with almost half the time you took, Pauline. That's nice. We'll now call on my good friend and brother, Peter the Great.
He's also called Peter, that's why he wanted to call himself the Great, but he gives me because I'm also Peter. Thank you, Peter the Great. It is true that adaptation is bankable. We have a case, we have demonstrated it, and I was sad to hear people are saying, oh, adaptation is non-bankable. But if you don't dig deeper into what is the meaning of adaptation and resilience, then you are misleading the people. The business community will not even build a road into anywhere because they will tell you it is not going to return its investment. In Kenya, we have demonstrated. Being the co-chair of Africa Climate Finance National Designated Authorities and focal points, we need to bring all the financial focal points at one table. The first speaker said, no one should be left behind and no one should pull people behind. It is this pulling behind and others being left behind which is causing this integrated and wrong information that causes adaptation finance not to reach where it is. But why do we need need-based adaptation? The financing locally led climate action, which gives the people themselves who are at the front line of the climate adaptation and climate impact, are the people who know where the shoe pinches them. We have this framework, and the framework brings in all the people together, and they decide where do they want to finance it. The role of governments, where are also from the National Treasury or the Ministry of Finance, is to mobilize resources, provide the resources to key sectors which are affected by climate change, that is water, agriculture, infrastructure, health, and also energy, and also within the energy disaster risk management. These are the sectors which requires the communities themselves and the government and the people themselves to build the resilience. It is the agriculture that is affected by impact of climate change, floods and droughts. It is the roads that are affected by climate change, floods and intense drought. It is the disasters and long prolonged rains that causes low productivity of agriculture. Agriculture is bankable because that is why you are crying for foods here. The roads and transporting the goods and services. It is bankable, and it is part, when you talk to adapt, design good roads that will move agricultural products from point A to point B, that resilient road, when it is designed, it is bankable. The banks and the financial institutions are already changing their risk models, and they are indicating the resilience in it. Adaptation is bankable. But how do we go, and how do we make sure that the private sector get part of this? One, it is all approach for everybody. When you mobilize the financing locally led climate action, mobilize money in scale and blended it, both from concessional, grants, philanthropic, and all sources, the governments, the NGOs, they put it together in one pot. This resource is now being given to the regions and devolved, giving the local people the power to decide on how to invest this on adaptation, and also give them the money to respond to their adaptive capacity. It is not to tell the local people, my grandmother, to design a project proposal. It is not to call for a proposal, to write a proposal. How can my grandmother write you a proposal which is bankable? No. It is the technical people of the government, of the NGOs, of the private sector to come with that. But they need the money in it. But how then do you ensure that everybody is given the chance? There is a formula. It is demonstrated that the more poor you are, the more vulnerable to climate change impacts. And the money which is in the pool is allocated based on a formula of population, a formula of poverty index, which is higher than that, a formula of the area where you are, and a formula of economic index. And when you put all these factors together, you will find that financing locally led climate action takes equity, which has been said takes efficiency, because there are no middlemen. Resources, more than 60% is being retained through the middlemen systems and institutions and proposal, whatever. This system need-based adaptation finance eliminates all efficiencies and take 90% or more to the local level it is. It is working, please come and see it. But finally, we need to work together. The finance is available, let's not be divided. Let no people come outside to raid your readiness support from the GCF. Let no people come and design your forest response mechanism in Washington, D.C. Do it yourself. Locally led adaptation needs by the people and the people for the people themselves is the driver of this. And the governments are in the front of getting incentives, green physical incentives, to allow the private sector turn this one into business, and it is working. And AFDAN is here. If your county is not a member, you will cry forever, but they will not allow you. Thank you.
That's Peter the Great, as always. Thank you, Peter. Thanks, very much on time. But I mean, really valid points you made there. No need to overemphasize them. I'm really grateful, very good, and I'm sure people all appreciate that. Without much ado, we'll move on to our next speakers. Now I'll invite my sister first, before my brother coming at the end. So, Rita, please.
Good afternoon, and pleasure to be here. James is my boss, so you might get me in trouble with James. We'll work it out. So thanks a lot. I think a lot has been said. It's a pleasure to be here. I manage a small fund at the African Development Bank. By my view, is a small but mighty fund, in the sense that it's providing the critical technical grants that we've been talking about. In a few moments, allow me to, maybe if you're not aware of this fund, to introduce you to it, because I think often when we come into this fora, most people know the African Development Bank as doing the large investment projects that we need, which is critical, but often CSOs, NGOs, community-based organizations don't see how they can directly engage the bank in terms of having access to some of these resources. And the good news is that the Africa Climate Change Fund serves this exact purpose. So the Africa Climate Change Fund is a multi-donor trust fund. It's small but mighty, remember this. I'll elaborate more about what the fund does. It was created specifically for the bank to engage non-governmental organizations. And so far, out of the 30 projects that the Africa Climate Change Fund has supported, I'm happy to say 13 of them are implemented by NGOs on the African continent. So this is good news. We have several examples of those NGOs, some of which are in the room and others online. So what does the Africa Climate Change Fund do? It provides technical assistance grants in the form of project preparatory grants. So a lot of the funding that we need as ministries of environment, as various government agencies, as subnational local governments to access Green Climate Fund and major climate funds, this is the resources, this is where you can get resources to develop them. In addition also, again in the context of locally led adaptation action, the Africa Climate Change Fund provides grants for direct project implementation. And so far in our portfolio of 30 projects, a huge number of them are focused on this. We have examples in Mozambique, in Uganda, Kenya, in Rwanda, among several others that are doing exactly the same. I think one of the critical things that we see is that while we see that these locally led adaptation actions work at the community level, our challenge now is to demonstrate and to scale them up. So that's something that we are constantly thinking about. Also, again, very quickly, I want to also cite examples of important work that NGOs or research institutions that we support under the Africa Climate Change Fund are doing. We have an example of the African Technology and Policy Studies that is working with PACJA and WAGEDI, its partner, to design an index that will help African countries to track their NDC's progress. And as we go into NDC 3.0, this is the kind of instrument or tools that we need to check what has happened in terms of African NDCs. So they are focusing on 12 countries across the continent to support that. We believe these are the things that the ACCF is doing and will continue to do that will bring greater benefits to the continent. Then finally, the good news. The Africa Climate Change Fund has launched a new call for proposal. It's a very specific call, but we believe is relevant to many of the partners in the room. And so today, please log on, look for this call for proposal, which is on the AFDB's website. The focus of the call is on gender transformative methane reduction. It's a lot of words, but it simply means that we are looking for projects between $250,000 to $1 million in the areas of waste management, livestock production, rice production. These are critical sectors which we believe when we mitigate methane, it not only helps with emission reduction, but also boosts productivity in agriculture, gives us clean air, among other things. So please look out for this call. It's already launched. The deadline for the first stage, which is to receive concept notes, and it's not a very lengthy process, so it's simple. It's a 5-page document that you need to prepare. It's on the bank's website. Go search on the African Development Bank's website, Africa Climate Change Fund, 4th call for proposal on methane reduction. Thank you very much.
Thanks, Rita. I didn't see people writing. Did you take note of the call that is up, right? Now he's doing the right thing, you know, so thank you. But Rita, thanks, and we thank the bank to continue the good work in terms of really funding that is very specific to the continent, very highly needed locally. And that's moving already to your local needs in terms of the focus. So thank you really very much. Rita, I don't know if you grew up in the village, yeah? I grew up in the village, and in the village, the chief speaks last. The chief does not speak before, you know, so that's important. So I think James wouldn't really mind me taking that route. So James, please, over to you.
Yeah. Thank you, my brother Peter Akong Minang. It's always a pleasure to see you. And delegates, African participants to the COP19 here in Baku in Azerbaijan. Can you hear me now? You can hear me? Okay, thank you. So African delegates to COP29 here in Azerbaijan. It's a pleasure to share with you some reflections on the emerging efforts on climate finance and especially adaptation finance. This is a hot potato for Africa. My brother Augustine, I didn't imagine you hate me this much to put me on the fire. But let me say that we all know that adaptation is a priority for Africa. And you may by now have heard the doom and gloom that there is only $30 billion that is flowing per year for adaptation to Africa. No, not for adaptation, but $30 billion of climate finance that's flowing to Africa, which is only a small fraction of the available climate finance globally. And of that 30 billion, only about 30 to 35% of it is adaptation. So close to $9 or $10 billion of the $30 billion is going towards adaptation. Our needs are huge. I think many of you know the numbers. If you look at our aggregated NDCs for Africa, we need almost 1.4 trillion between the years 2020 to 2030, and we are already halfway. We need to be moving, at the rate of about $270 to $280 billion every year. And now, since we have already missed the first 5 years between 2020 and 2025, we need to be moving at double that pace, which is close to $600 billion in order to close the NDC financing gap. So I think the challenge is great. When we talk about the needs, the different sectors that my colleagues have spoken about, we need to move almost 30 million, we need to move resilient technologies for almost 30 million farmers in 25 or 26 countries. We need to make sure that about 70% of those of us who are living in sub-Saharan Africa have lack of access to sanitation. We need to close that gap. When it comes to health, about 1.3 billion of us are impacted by the negative health outcomes due to bad quality air. So we need to move clean cooking solutions to those populations. Almost about 1 billion of us are living with what we call disease burden. Our infrastructure gap needs about between 68 to 108 billion dollars per year in order to close the infrastructure gap for Africa. When it comes to energy, we need to immediately move 300 million of those of us who are living in the dark to have access to electricity. And lastly, 840 million of us, or 60% of us who live in Africa, are not covered by early warning systems, meaning that we are exposed to the negative impacts of climate change without a means of protecting ourselves and protecting our population and property. So the gap is huge. But let me touch a little bit on what the African Development Bank is doing. And I think my colleague Rita has already mentioned some of the critical gaps that we are trying to fill. But about 2 years ago, at our 16th replenishment of the African Development Fund, a case was made for additional investments in climate action. And we are very pleased that our deputies accepted to design an instrument that we now call the Climate Action Window. The Climate Action Window has mobilized an initial $442 million. It's far away from plugging the capacity gap that we talked about, the finance gap that we talked about, but it is a respectable amount of money in terms of seed finance. And this has allowed us to start to test the concept of whether we can finance adaptation for Africa. So when we met at COP28 last year in Dubai, we put out a call for proposals for adaptation projects for $322 million. We are pleased we received a huge and overwhelming response to that call. More than 3,000 applicants logged onto our online platform. And out of that process, we were able to identify close to 350 projects that were requesting $4 billion of investments in climate adaptation. So I will quickly say that we have concluded that call, and 41 projects have been identified from that call for a total of $322 million. There is an additional 39 projects that are on what we call reserve for a total pipeline of 80 projects. And we say this pipeline of 80 projects is the largest pipeline of adaptation projects anywhere else in the world. So this is a first for us. We have since followed up with a call for proposals in May last year for an additional $64 million of mitigation projects. Those are they're being processed now. We hope the results will be out before the end of the year. And just last week here on Wednesday, we put out another call for proposals for $56 million of technical assistance, of grants that will be between $260,000 and $1.4 million that will help build the capacity that you really need for the countries and the institutions in order to access additional climate finance. So let me stop there, Peter, and say that it's not all doom and gloom. We are already starting to at least make some steps towards making sure that climate finance is available for African parties. Thank you very much, Peter. Yeah.
Yes. To be honest, if Peter wasn't a chief, and if I didn't know he was giving good news, I would have stopped him a little bit before. But I knew that he was bringing good news, so I had to let him get this good news to you before I stop him. But I hope you all noted, because you know there are good things coming the way, and we continue to thank AFDB for standing right out there and trying to push with this new pipelines and this new set of ideas. So thank you very much, James and the team for all the good work. Now I know that it's been listening to them a lot. Now is the time for us to get back to you all for any reflections, any questions. Please, pour ceux qui parlent français, vous pouvez parler parce qu'il y a la traduction. Donc c'est.
Don't forget, French speakers, that you can also ask questions in French, as this event is interpreted simultaneously.
Questions and comments at a time, or four, and then we'll go back to the panelists. Please introduce yourself, and possibly, if you are asking the question to someone, then please give the name so that we can make sure your question or your comment is responded to. So, any questions, any thoughts, any part of the room that has the most hands, I'll start with them. Please be short, try to make your question 30 seconds, and one question at a time. So I've got this part of the room, Madam, 1, 2, and 3, and 4. And then we'll come to this part. So Madame, derrière vous pouvez commencer. You want to start? The mic.
Thank you. My name is Fatima Ahmed. I'm from Sudan. I'm president of grassroots women organization called Zainab for Women Development Organization. My question to the lady from the African Development Bank. We've been, as a civil society from Sudan, the first one to get funding from the African Development Bank 3 years ago for adaptation or for climate resilience for our communities, because we work with the women farmers. The project was for 3 years and it finished and we've done everything good. But after that, we couldn't be able to continue or to scale that program or to replicate that program. So I'm not sure, even it is very difficult yani, for civil society to get African funds and also for the implementation. So I'm just asking, is it any way of having more cycle of this?
Thank you. Yeah. My brother on that side, the second one.
Yeah, thank you, moderator. I'm called Nadiope Eric. I work with the African Union Inter-African Bureau for Animal Resources. Now, Africa has a tradable community. We are the greatest sink of carbon if you can look at the whole globe. But we are not, maybe can we explore opportunities of how we can negotiate on that resource that we are having, in addition to the loan grants that we are asking for. I was excited by a certain country in Southern Africa, which rejected was trying to eradicate elephants from their country. And then Germany came in, a clear indication that Africa has what, we have a resource, we are a tradable commodity that we need to advocate. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. The lady here, she wanted to ask a question. And then you next, and then we'll go. Okay, I'll come to you.
Thank you. Good afternoon, everyone. My name is Marquinha Martins from São Tomé and Príncipe, and we are representing youth of my country. I found very interesting this idea of needs-based adaptation in Africa, but I have two questions actually.
No, just one. Can you just give one so that others can speak? Just one, please.
Okay. My question is, within these criteria to select projects, is there any criteria related to youth integration in these proposals? And how are you planning to ensure enough capacity for projects writing, implementation, but also monitoring? Thanks.
Okay. Thank you very much. Very good, very short. Can you give it to the gentleman, please?
Alors, bonsoir. Mon nom c'est Savadro Mamoudou. Je viens de Burkina Faso.
Savadro Mamoudou from Burkina Faso. My first question, just one question, please. One question only, please. Where is the third call for projects? Because we would like to know where you are standing with the third call for project. Suggestion? Not a question, a suggestion. Very briefly. Thank you. I would like, I see that all entities are all put together, civil society, but we also need mechanisms for capacity for to respond to local needs. Thank you very much. Please.
Can you please note questions that are coming to you? I'm taking notes, but so that we can take as many and we'll come back to you for responses. The gentleman with the cap at the back, yes, please. Yeah. No, there were two hands. There was a hand here and there was a hand here.
Good. Well, thank you so much. I would like to refer to my name is Dr. Gabriel Muswali. I'm from Earfish in East Africa. And I would like to put my question to my brother, Dr. Eugene Funguo. I think he made a very wonderful presentation in terms of the recommendations for need-based adaptation measures. I would just want to understand whether these are recommendations that have been tested, and if they have been tested, what has been the response from the government, and how have these recommendations worked for various sectors, particularly the sectors have been the aquatic food system subsector. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. The gentleman at the back. Yeah. One question and then.
Hi, thank you for arranging such an important conversation. I'm Nikolai Gilbert. I'm the CEO of PATH. Today is also the Health Day at the Climate Summit. So I would like to learn from the panelists about the adaptation needs that you see on the health systems around Africa and what needs to happen in terms of investments to strengthen the health systems across the continent. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Very brief thanks. That's very useful. The gentleman here and then there, and then we go to the next two and we'll stop. Yes, please.
Juste une question représentant de la BAT sur le plateau.
Just one question. I represent BAT and Jonas Kamanjou, the WWF. Where are we with the fund for the forests of the Basin of Congo? Thank you very much.
Okay, my name is Jonas Gabru. I am from Ethiopia working for a local environmental NGO. My brief question is to colleagues from the FDB. Is there any window for considering and capacitating local NGOs which do not have capacity to develop a proposal in competition with international organizations, because we can't compete on the same level with bigger NGOs that have really the capacity to do that kind of proposal?
Thank you. Very brief. Thank you. Very good audience. Really brief questions. Yes, the lady, and then so we take the three of you and we get to the panel. Please.
Hello, my name is Raina from Azerbaijan. I've created the Azerbaijan and Africa cooperation, and my suggestion is also to know the future projects of Africa. How can Azerbaijan businessmen can invest to your project, because we are very interested in African projects of health, of medicine in universities, and we can also help you with these projects. If you have any projects, please exchange our visit cards. I will try to have work with you. Thank you so much.
Thank you very much. So please take note. You can meet her and exchange business cards right after this. Thank you very much. Thank you. Very good point. The lady and before the gentleman, yeah?
Thank you very much. I'm Abi Kamara from the Ministry of Planning of Sierra Leone, and I'm in charge of aid coordination. I wanted to know the window for NGOs that's been provided by the African Development Bank. How do you bring governments in to ensure that projects you fund through those funds are in sync with what government provides? And also to Peter, how do we ensure that the fund for capacity, for building capacities to access additional climate financing can be accessed by governments, especially for the ministries of planning where we do development plans? Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Thanks. Very brief, Abi. Yes.
Yes, I'm Issam Briwa from the Ministry of Planning, Sierra Leone. And when listening to Pauline, I found out that there are a lot of success stories in Africa in terms of using systems. So what is the African group doing to replicate such stories in other African countries that do not have systems in every sector that are of a successful story implementations? So let's think about that.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Issa. So let's go back to our panelists to respond. Can you, no, just start here. Eugene had two questions. You'll start and then we'll come back here. Eugene, please.
Okay, thank you so much. Good afternoon again. Let me start with the question about youth engagement. I'll answer at two levels. The first is that this is a general principle that ensures that young people are also participating directly in designing adaptation projects that are relevant to them. So they're driving the process rather than just participating. There was another question, and in respect to that, concretely, what we're doing recently is we brought together about 50 young people from across the continent, provided them skills on how to design and develop proposals for the GCF. It's a capacity building program that we hope to continue so that young people, through our UFAFA program, the Youth for Adaptation Finance in Africa program, can continue to access financing beyond their participation in these processes.
Yeah.
There was a question about whether these recommendations are working. I think you can identify quite a number of case studies where needs-based adaptation financing and adaptation design is working. Peter did mention briefly the example of Kenya, but there's also a very wonderful example in countries like Morocco, where resilience in the water sector has been needs-based in terms of its design and implementation, and the results are very wonderful. I think the case for a needs-based approach is sufficiently made. I may not have a case study that is specific to the sector that you mentioned, but there's quite a number of sectors where it's working pretty well.
Thank you very much, Eugene. Thanks. Very good. Very brief. Thank you. We'll start with Rita on this part to respond a little bit to the question.
All right, thank you very much. I think I really appreciate the question about capacity building of local NGOs. This is really important. And so for the ACCF, where we've seen partnerships between international NGOs that have a fairly strong capacity to develop projects, working with local NGOs has really been instrumental in leveraging each of their strengths. We have example in Ethiopia. We have a project implemented by Farm Africa that is working with 2 partner NGOs, local NGOs in the country. And we see that these are the kinds of arrangements that should happen. And through these projects, I believe when they are implemented, at the end, the expertise of the local NGO are also capacitated. One other important thing that the African Development Bank through the ACCF does is that because we know the NGOs are not so much aware of the bank processes when it comes to accessing finance. Once your project is approved, we go through as the ACCF Secretariat capacity building in terms of procurement, in terms of financial management, all critical aspects of project implementation. We know you have the expertise of the technical in terms of the project components and what you intend to do. But often the aspects of procurement, financial management are things that the bank also brings on with its expertise in-house to train. So we often have that kind of I don't want to say hand-holding, but working alongside you to ensure that this happens. In terms of the question about having more cycles of projects, yes, we see that as a very important thing. And for us as ACCF, while we have open competitive calls for proposals and over time the focus might change, we see where our partners, and we have partners that have worked with the fund before, closed projects successfully, we are applying to new calls and being accepted. So we see that when you demonstrate good results, that can be leveraged on to apply for new funding. There was a question about youth integration and women. For ACCF, this is the focus. In fact, from our third call for proposal, we chose the approach of having a gender transformative approach in all our climate action interventions. And so youth, women, and men, boys, we want to ensure that these projects are not only addressing climate action, but are also addressing the gender inequality in those countries as well.
There was the last one from Sierra Leone, the lady. Yeah?
Yes, the question about how projects we fund by NGOs are in sync with national priorities. This is also a very important question. Often for ACCF, we haven't made it a requirement that the country must get a letter of support from the NGO must get a letter of support from the national government. However, we have asked that the NGO in designing the project consult and demonstrate how that project fits into the national priorities. And of course, when it's approved and is being implemented, all government systems that exist in the community where they are implementing the project has to be consulted to ensure that the implementation is effective. Okay. So that's our way of approaching it as ACCF.
Thank you very much. Thank you. I'll go to Pauline because Pauline had 2 questions. There was one question for Pauline on the success stories.
Okay. Thank you very much. And plus many other questions also alluded to the success story.
Yeah.
So one of the things about the needs-based
just keep going, let's see.
The needs-based approach Many times we just design proposals because there's a call for proposals. We just design projects because there's a call for proposals. From, for example, the smallholder farm I work with, sometimes all you need is access to loan financing. But then,
okay.
Yeah. So the same way, the smallholder farmers have been able to use their carbon agreements, for example, to access loans, could also be used. For example, the gentleman that said that we have carbon sinks, I have seen innovative ways whereby those carbon sinks have been used as collateral for loans, because people normally don't have security to access, for example, loan financing for tree planting or some of these adaptation things that we need. But I've seen smallholder farmers converting that asset into ability to access loans. So I believe even other people can borrow from that. But the other issue I picked, the gender transformative actions. For example, most of the adaptation initiatives involve land, and the youth in most of the African countries don't have land. They don't have access to land. They don't own land. But using the gender transformative strategies that we have, we've been able to use the tree the model that is called the Challenge Action Tree. And in that Challenge Action Tree, we identify the challenges, who do these challenges relate to, and the actions to remove those challenges. And it turned out that because the youth are tech savvy, then the youth are more familiar with MRV systems. They are able to use applications and digital platforms. So they've taken on the role for the monitoring, but also all the information and marketing and so on and so forth. So we within this whole gendered approach, the youth now have a very significant role they play, even though they don't have land, and they would never have been involved in this adaptation initiative.
Thanks, Pauline. Thanks. Maybe we come to Samba, please. Anything you want to add on to a number of questions that were asked?
I think that most of the question has been really covered, but I would like just to add on what my colleague have said. The local carbon measurement communities. It is something that can help a lot to benefit on the carbon market project. And I do understand that there are some young students or some leaders at the community that can do the really basic measurement at the mangrove ecosystem, for example. That can be really a good starting point to get involved into the carbon project. And the second point that I would like also to share is that the need-based adaptation should not be only on the current or the conventional sectors. It should be widely covering something like infrastructure, how our roads that are really vital for the agricultural sector can be more resilient to the climate shocks. And I think that is something that is underestimated, and it is really important to consider. So thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Peter the Great.
3 things, no direct question. 1, within the FLOCA framework, there is a window for all. There is a window for youth, and within the youth window under the FLOCA program, automatically resources are allocated to them. And in order to access this, then the youth goes through the civil society organization, which does their own election, and then they form their unit. And once they do that, then the program automatically allocate for them the resources. No application, they just come with the work plan, because the youth do not have that capacity and resources. Like this year, they are having about 10 million allocated for them US dollars. Direct access, and they use that one to support the team. On carbon sink, yes, we need a very strong negotiating team. Within the compliance market and within the voluntary market, the gentleman was spot on. We need a strong team with carbon verifiers, and we also need, as a sink, Africa need to engage in bilateral discussion country to country so that you determine the prices, because the prices from the compliance market is determined at the marketplace. The marketplace, Africa may not have a control of those marketplaces because it is intertwined with the global market systems. But on the voluntary market, the voluntary market is highly vulnerable because those who come to the continent had already signed agreements with the first party, the second party, the third party, and when they come to the price, none of the community knows the true value of the carbon they are selling. This requires a change, and the government needs to have what we call the minimum guaranteed carbon price, regardless of those frameworks that you sign, in order for the community. Climate and health. Health is linked with the higher temperatures. Health is linked with dirty water. Health is linked with the food systems. When you build and when you provide support to the local community through need-based adaptation and provide those smart climate agriculture and finance those, definitely the lower end of the outcome means that there will be livelihood support system, and that need to be enhanced to respond to the source of the health of the community. But for you, health and climate change has never been at the platform where it is needed. There seems to be a thinking that there is a difference between that. And finally,
the Sierra Leone lady.
Finally, under the AFDAN, within the readiness support, youth, women, and communities have got direct access. Their money, the money which is allocated to the countries, the 4 million for the next 4 years for readiness support, to bring in consultants, develop the AFDAN work with national focal points, get that money for the counties, hire consultants to develop for them a bankable GCF, GEF adaptation form. So it is there. Please take it up, collaborate, and get it.
Peter, how the lady from Sierra Leone asked about how AFDAN is helping governments, in that access.
The AFDAN is helping the government in that the AFDAN, through those focal points, they bring in together, and within this network now, we work directly with the GCF, GEF, Adaptation Fund, Climate Investment Fund, one for the government to access their allocation. Now, when the government accesses their allocation, then that allocation is now used by the government, for example, your Ministry of Planning, now to develop a bankable project proposal and build the capacity of the government institutions from environment, planning, finance, water, so that now they develop a nationwide project or program which will enable them to respond to their NDC, whether it is 2+, whether it is 3+. So there is a position, and you need to be. The Sierra Leone has come to Kenya 3 times, and we are working with you from the office of the president.
Thanks, Peter. So we give it to James, my brother, the chief. It's not for any reason that this is coming to you last, because there are quite a number of things.
Thank you. So quickly, Peter, I think on the Congo Basin Forest Fund and the fate of the Congo Basin Forest Fund, I think my colleagues are here. Aruna Sumare is here. Alhamdulillah Suma is here. They might elaborate on that. On Madame Kamara from Aid Coordination, Rita mentioned a little bit how we are making sure that the NGOs that are applying for this climate finance are in sync with government plans. Now, under the climate action window, there is a specific stipulation and requirement that you must get a no objection letter from government. So you must demonstrate to government that the investments that you're planning or the application that you're putting in, which will result in investment, will contribute to national development, because in the application procedure, there is a place that you have to state how you're contributing to national policies. On Mamadou from Burkina Faso, where is the third call for projects? Please, you can access this on our website. You just go to www.afdb.org, and then you type in third call for proposals. If you type in third call for proposals, it will pull up in Google or whatever search engine you use, and you'll be able to access the application process for the third call for proposals. On Sao Tome and Principe, so what is the criteria for selecting projects and whether youth are integrated in those projects? Yes, for the climate action window, we have specific criteria. For example, your projects have to be Paris aligned, they have to contribute to your own nationally determined contributions, they have to be reported 100% climate finance. So we have a number of criteria there, but we have also what we call cross-cutting criteria. And amongst the cross-cutting criteria is youth and jobs. There is also women and gender. There is also disaster risk reduction. So there are a number of cross-cutting themes that we look at when we are approving projects for the climate action window. I think that is it, Peter. Thank you.
Yes, yes. Thank you so very much. Thank you. I'd just like to come to just a quick summary of the thinking that we've had. This was about need-based adaptation, and the whole idea was we are trying to solve an asymmetry that currently exists with, funding being largely driven into things that are not very people-oriented, that are not locally led, and we want that to move towards locally led. We got an example of, a lot of the funding that is being allocated now not going to sectors that are largely significant. We got some stories about the asymmetries where the financing is grossly under what we need. We had things like, agriculture, which has 80% of our populations directly impacting people, getting only 16% of the 30 billion that we get on the continent for climate change, and I think that is really the problem that we wanted to talk about. And we had a few things about the need to balance between loans and grants, because loans are quite many. We want it to be more grant-based. We want it to be look not only at short-term funding, but more transitional, long-term funding that really caters for the need and a long-term perspective. We did mention the need to emphasize the bankable projects. From a scientist point of view, I'll say we need to put out the data on bankability to demonstrate that bankability so that private sector can come in and make sure that we are getting movement in that respect, with enterprises coming in as well. I think to summarize, there were key things that we've really talked about, that this financing needs to be equitable in a way, and it needs to be flexible, and it needs to be simple. But we also saw very good examples of what the bank is already doing, putting out some funding that is targeting civil society, that is looking at our specific needs on the adaptation side, on the mitigation side, on the capacity side. And I think that there is a lot of room to move, with examples that we heard from Peter, from Pauline, from Samba, about the case studies that are currently happening and the business cases. I think we also have quite a number of cases on the agroforestry side, on the forestry side. So I think it's a positive note. I think we just need to move together. We did hear from the urging of Dr. Njamshi and Mr. Dorsuma about being together, building the partnerships that are needed moving forward. So I think we got really clear messages, and we need to help work together to move this sort of space forward. Thank you all for coming, but most importantly, thank you to all our speakers for a very wonderful.
Yes. Thank you, Peter. Thank you. We ambushed Peter just this morning for this moderation, and we think he has not disappointed us. Thank you again. I would like to thank the bank, the division for climate change, mainstreaming climate change. Dorsuma was here, Professor Anthony Young, and then the man behind the scenes, always, Aruna. Please come here. Aruna is a very shy person. Then from the division of civil society, we'd like to thank the director, Zeneb, and his soldier, Luther, who is somewhere in Abidjan now. They are watching closely. And we'd like to thank Sonia, the comms team of the African Development Bank, my team in Yaoundé, the AXIA team, and our team in Nairobi. I would like to thank everybody and thank you again for coming. Thank you. Bless you.
C'est bon? Merci.
Ah oui. Ça, c'est- oui, c'est l'Afrique. Thank you. Merci.
Chère assistante, mesdames, messieurs, distingués invités, environ pratique, tout protocole observé, mesdames, messieurs, c'est toujours comme ça, l'Afrique, ça n'a pas... C'est bon? Voilà, l'Afrique a beaucoup de potentiel qu'il faut développer. Merci beaucoup, ça a été un plaisir de vous voir. Et voilà, merci.
Ok, vas-y. D'accord. Bon, ben, je vous remercie pour la pertinence de vos actions. Je pense que c'est ça l'Afrique. Hein. Il faut un changement durable pour que les populations à la base soient résilientes vis-à-vis des changements climatiques. Je pense que l'Afrique a pris conscience de cela et voilà. Ok.
bari ni in yi tukuri. Well, by the time you talk of the climate change, of course, it's good. Now I.
So the most important thing is taking the call. So that's moving the talk down to the people and
Don't go ahead. It's okay. Je vais enlever ce qui est inutile. Mettre à mon niveau. C'est bon? Bien, tu fais film. Eh, faut faire photo, comme ça c'est plus... Ah, oui, pas un film là. On voit que tu parles pas, donc ça pose problème. Il n'y a pas de problème, on va vous donner. Ah. Voilà, merci.
We have to get started. Please take your seats. I don't know who are here now.
No, the one you have it.
Okay. But I don't know whether the representatives have come.
Eh?
I don't know whether the speakers have come. Okay, honorable members, we will have to get started. But can you hear me? I want someone to prove that you're hearing me. Hello? Hello? Can you you hear me? Excuse me. Excuse me. When I'm speaking, I feel like I'm not here. Oh, okay. Okay, Chair. Please, can we get started? We have only 1 hour for this event. Only 1 hour. No sound.
No sound.
Please, no sound. No sound. No sound from them.
We don't have a speaker system. We have just silent conferencing in here. So everybody needs to wear headphones. We have no speakers on site.
There's a sound, right?
Okay.
okay,
Yeah,
okay.
please let's start. We have few. We have little time. So, honorable members, we have to get started. Please, everyone must put on the head on the speakers. It's working now? Okay. Do I need to put on one? Yeah. Pardon? 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 It's there. Press. Hello, honorable members. We have to get started. And please, there is interpretation. For you to be able to follow, you have to put on the headphones. So please, so that we get started, and we are here for basically 1 hour. So we have to get started. Thank you so much for coming. I would like to call upon our speakers, if they have already if they have arrived and they are with us. I would like to call upon the chair of the African Network of Parliamentarians on Climate Change to come in front. Then I would like to call upon Deo Okure from EACO to come in front. I would like to call upon George Wamkoya, Agnes. Agnes? Okay, to come in front. I would like to call upon Pakja to come in front. Is there anybody from Pakja? Okay. I would like to call upon Linus Mafor from ECA. Linus Mafor from ECA, our main presenter, to come in front. And then I would like to call upon Honorable Sultan Majiz from the Parliament of Azerbaijan to come in front. I would like to call upon Ayo Helen from the Refugee International to come in front. And I would like to call upon Hassan Nyambe from AU to come in front. I hope we have enough seats. And then Honorable Widow Kalamala from SADC PF to come in front. Madam Daisy Mkarakakate, I don't know how to pronounce the other name. Please come in front so we can get started. Linus Mafor, just waiting for you. Can I have the phone? I'm following some minutes there. The phone. So, since we are given this space for just 1 hour, I am sure we are starting actually on time because we were supposed to start at 3:30. So let us start because we will not have to wait for those who may not have not yet arrived. Thank you so much. So, here. Honorable Joanna, Zimbabwe, please come in front.
So don't worry for the French translation, they are coming at 3:30.
Okay. So dear friends, dear honorable members, the translation is coming back in the next 3 minutes. Please don't mind about the translation. They are coming in the next 3 minutes. Just bear with us briefly as we get started. Yeah, thank you very much. In the meantime, as we wait for the translation, I would like to welcome all the delegations from the African parliaments. I already see some here, but if I jump your parliament, don't be annoyed with me. I see a delegation from Libya led by Honorable Yunus from the Pan-African Parliament. Please, can you rise for recognition? I see a delegation from Cote d'Ivoire led by the chair, Honorable Emily, and the team. Cote d'Ivoire, please. I see the delegation from South Sudan. Thank you, welcome. I see the delegation from Lesotho. Thank you. I see the delegation from Zimbabwe. Thank you. I see the delegation from DRC, Congo, Kinshasa. Karibu sana. I see the delegation from Seychelles. I see the delegation from Uganda. That's my country actually also. Thank you for coming. I see the delegation from the Republic of Nigeria. I see the delegation from Madagascar. And I see the delegation from Burundi. Delegations from, those are the delegations I've received here, but I see the delegation from Chad. And I see the delegation from, those are the ones I've so far received here, but immediately we start, in case another delegation has arrived, please let me know so that we can recognize you. Thank you very much. Okay. Are we ready to start? And I see all the other stakeholders who have joined us.
Je vois que tous les autres participants.
Yes, thank you so much, and I'm sure
Donc, merci beaucoup. Je suis sûr que l'interprétation fonctionne maintenant. Si vous m'entendez, faites signe pour qu'on puisse commencer.
Ça va? N'est pas de problème. Français beaucoup? Ok, merci beaucoup. Ok, je m'appelle Jacqueline Amongin.
My name is Jacqueline Amongin. I'm from Uganda. I'm
East Africain. Bienvenue à COP29.
Welcome to COP29.
I will be moderating this session.
Je vais modérer cette session. Et je sais que les Français voulaient que je continue en français, mais bon, ça a été compliqué pour moi. Donc, bonjour à tous, honorables membres, chers parlementaires et invités. Bienvenue à cette table ronde sur le leadership africain du climat. Nous faisons avancer les finances climatiques et la résilience. Malgré le fait que l'Afrique émette le moins, c'est l'Afrique qui a besoin du rôle de tous et de tous notamment des parlementaires en Afrique. Étant donné les engagements préalables avec l'IPU qui ont été terminés hier, La CCDN à Abidjan a lancé un engagement, une déclaration avec le Conseil des ministres sur l'environnement, sur les impacts sur les négociations en cours, sur la finance climatique et la contribution envers les engagements climatiques. Notre prévision pour cette session sera sur la manière dont les parlementaires peuvent promouvoir la résilience dans nos modes opératoires. Nous avons le plaisir d'avoir avec nous les experts qui vont partager leur point de vue sur ces sujets cruciaux. Après leur présentation, nous allons inviter les contributions du floor et nous allons ensuite écouter les points de vue de nos collaborateurs. Je voudrais inviter le réseau des parlementaires africains sur le changement climatique, le président Emily Koho, pour nous donner quelques remarques d'introduction en 3 minutes.
Merci, Madame la Secrétaire Générale.
Thank you, dear Secretary General. Ladies and gentlemen, honorable MPs, dear guests, we would like first to thank you. To thank you for being here and for having answered to the invitation from the African Network on Climate Change that gathers us today here during this COP29. This African Network, what it is, or who are we, in a nutshell. This organization has been created formally in September this year during the African Ministers. The initiative didn't start back in September in Abidjan, but 2 years ago. This initiative has been launched 2 years ago, thanks to a Pan-African organization which is called AGNES, the African Group of Support to Negotiators, which organization has helped us and supports us all the time until now, and gives us the possibility to be here today and work together. The meeting in Abidjan that formalized the birth of our network was preceded by several other sub-regional organizations in Africa. In that way, a meeting has been held for MPs interested in the climate change topic in Arusha, in Tanzania, then in Brazzaville for Central Africa, plus the meeting in Namibia for Southern Africa, and the Monrovia meeting for the Western Africa MPs. We're still waiting for our friends from Northern Africa. Several contacts have been made so that I'm in good hope Northern Africa will be represented soon. Why have we created this network? Well, we've created this network, as the Secretary General said, because Africa needs to raise its voice and needs its voice to be heard so that people outside Africa know what we're coping with. We need to talk to the world and to keep talking to the world. The climate change topic, as everyone says, is borderless. That's beyond borders. That's true. But the impacts, the adverse impacts, are hinder Africa most of all. Africa, as it has been said, it's less than 4% of the greenhouse gases emissions. Nonetheless, Africa suffers the most. That's why we've created this organization for Africans and African MPs notably to work together in order to defend Africa's interests and its population's interests. That's the reason why we've created this network. Thanks for being here. We've invited a huge range of experts who will take the floor. I would like a round of applause for the Agnes. Thank you. So, when we created this organization, we organized elections and a directions has been put in place. Kougirelou, Ivory Coast MP, Chair of the Research Commission, Science and Technology Environment, Ivory Coast Parliament. The Secretary General is asking me to accelerate a bit. So I would like to ask all the members of the Bureau and the Select Committee and the Executive Committee to raise their voice. Committee member, Executive Committee members, Select Committee members. So, thanks a lot. We don't have much time. We are going to introduce the participants and moderate the workshop. Merci beaucoup.
May I invite Honorable Sultan Mamadov, if he's around, from Azerbaijan Parliament. Okay, if he has not yet arrived, we will proceed. I would like to call upon a representative of PACJA to come in front. And yeah, the other panelists, if you have come, please let me know. So at this moment in time, I would like to call Mr. Linus Mofor from ECA to take us through basically the theme on strengthening Africa's climate leadership, unpacking NDCs unpacking NDCs, advancing climate finance and resilience. Please, Mr. Linus, if you are around, thank you. In 3 minutes, please come to the mic. I know you're better at summarizing. In 5 minutes, I know you'll be done. Thank you.
Thank you, thank you. Thank you very much, Honorable. Honorable Members of Parliament, Excellencies, dear friends, thank you very much to giving us the opportunity. My name is Linus Mofo from the African Climate Policy Center of the UN Economic Commission for Africa, and Honorable Amungin asked me to just say a few words about the NDCs and the role of leadership, especially as far as parliamentarians are concerned. Now, the nationally determined contributions to climate action started as what was called intended nationally determined contributions that were submitted in 2015 ahead of COP21. At that time, they were called intended because that is what, it was a shift from the Kyoto Protocol regime to the Paris Agreement regime, where in the Kyoto Protocol, only developed countries were required to do mitigation to curb and reduce emissions, while developed countries were supposed to focus on adaptation and building resilience. In the regime of the climate of the Paris Agreement, everybody was asked to make a contribution, and therefore you make your own contribution. What do you think you will do? Now, at the time, most of our countries were not prepared, and so their INDCs were done for them by partners, and they were done in a rush. And because they were done in a rush, there was very little time to think about how it fits into the development agenda of the countries. And there was also a misconception at the time that the more ambitious you appear to be, the more climate finance you will get. That's not true. Now, after submitting the intended nationally determined contributions and signing the Paris Agreement, countries were then given the space to submit now their NDCs. So you had what was intended, you signed the Paris Agreement, the actions that you submit when you ratify the Paris Agreement now switch over from intended to your commitment. Now again, the issue was that most African countries did not have time to review what they intended. Therefore, they ratified the Paris Agreement with what they intended, and the intended becomes the commitment. And the Paris Agreement does not allow you to slide back from your commitment. You can only, you're encouraged to go further better, but you cannot go backwards. So which means that a lot of African countries now have very ambitious climate commitments that they've signed up to. They don't have the financing to do that. And of course, most of the financing is dependent on availability of climate finance. And that is why we have a big problem. Because the availability of climate finance, as you know, is still very challenging. And we know that this COP is very important because we expect our negotiators to agree on the new level of climate finance that can take us forward. But notwithstanding, when these commitments were made, we didn't have the problems that COVID brought. We didn't have the commitments, the increasing socioeconomic impacts from climate change, and we didn't have the socioeconomic conditions that have arisen from geopolitical tensions like the war in Ukraine. So all of this has made it even more difficult. And therefore, countries have to think, how are we going to get the money to finance our unconditional actions, and then plus, of course, the conditional ones. Now, for the unconditional actions, the best thing for countries to do is say, how can you then leverage the small amount of public resources that you have to mobilize private sector investment? Because that is the only way that you can get the money. And we think that the best thing is for countries to put all of this into one package. There is one other thing in the Paris Agreement called the long-term low-emission development strategy. So think long-term about how you want to develop your economy so that you don't get locked into unproductive, inefficient ways of doing things. And then as a result of that, that informs your NDCs. And I think if you look at it from that perspective, you can be able to find investable or bankable options that can enable this happen. Because very often you have the people that have the money, they say they're looking for projects to invest in. The people that have the project, they say we're looking for money. And this is going round and round. And I think we now have the opportunity to do that. But also at the same time, to start thinking how countries can use their own public, private capital, resources, sovereign funds. Some countries have sovereign funds, pension funds, but they're investing and to buy U.S. Treasury bonds instead of investing in the continent. Then you expect somebody to come from U.S. or Europe to invest in your own continent. They say you are very expensive, right? Because you cannot even have confidence to invest in your own countries and so on. So these are some of the things, Honorable, that countries should start thinking about. How do you start using even your own monies to catalyze a lot of the investment to happen so that more can flow in? So, Honorable, those are the few words I would like to add. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Can we applaud Linus? Aware that we have very little time, I would like to recognize the presence of the Pan-African Parliament here. Please welcome them. I would also like to recognize the presence of the East African Legislative Assembly, represented by Honorable Dr. Warder and myself. Please. Thank you so much. Aware that we have very little time, I would like to invite the Member of Parliament from Azerbaijan, who is also a climate champion here, to come and welcome us home. Honorable Sultan Mamadov, you're most welcome. Please welcome him in 3 minutes.
Dear ladies and gentlemen, Your Excellencies, honorable members of parliament, so it's my great honor on behalf of the Parliament of Azerbaijan Republic to welcome all of you in Azerbaijan. It's a great privilege for my country to get granted with this right, with this privilege to host the COP29 in Baku. And as you know, this year was announced in our country as a Green World Solidarity Year, which is this one is the best reflection of our solidarity. So representing my country, also as a member of the IPU, I witnessed yesterday strong solidarity when we discussed in the IPU with the members of all country members the outcome document, which calls for the increasing role of the parliament in the climate change, at the same time protection of the environment. So I am very happy that after the long discussion and getting strong support from the all IPU members, we managed to come up at the end with a paper which reflected all the challenges raised by the members from different regions, from different continents, and also strengthening role of the parliament to address that issues. So strong support from the developed countries to the developing countries. The role of the private sector to increase the financial support to the countries suffering from the climate change. And the role of the parliaments in different spheres where we can play a strong role in increasing the financing for the climate change. So this is very well reflected in the document. I really very much enjoy the strong solidarity of all members of parliament reflecting different regions where we talk to the government, we call for the active steps to be taken in order to address climate change. So I am happy to wish the great success to the meeting, and I would like to underline that our country, as a champion for the COP29, will be always supporting the strong support to the regions, all regions, to all countries which suffers from the climate change. So I wish good success and welcome to Baku, and we are ready as my country and increasing our role in the fight against the climate change to be next to you, to support you in all your new initiatives. So thank you very much. Welcome to my country.
Thank you so much. Okay, thank you so much. Chok Sahol. Yes, thank you so much, Honorable Sultan, for the kind remarks and the hospitality you've accorded to members of parliament from the time we came to Azerbaijan. We appreciate it. Now I would like to call upon Honorable Widow Kalamale from SADC PF. Please, in 3 minutes.
Bonjour. Oh, just speak. Okay.
Good morning. Good morning. Can you hear me?
Fellow Africans, I know the time is short, 3 minutes, but I can't start just expressing the African values. And we have one of the biggest orators in our time, Thabo Mbeki Mbeki, when he given his speech as a deputy president, then greeting everybody and say, I'm an African. And I'm sure as we sit here today, we must reflect. Both of us, the moderator talked about the hospitality accorded to us. When you find yourself in a train amongst the Azerbaijanians, and you find a fellow black man there, you feel a sense of proudness. Even if the man is from French or from Western Africa, just the fact that you see somebody that looks like you feel at home. And that's the unique distinction that has brought us to where we are. Now, whether we leverage on that moving forward is a question I put to you all. We are very much organized. We've got the Eastern Bloc, we've got the Western Bloc, we've got the Southern Bloc. The Northern Bloc, something else, but as a bloc, we are there. We've got structures that function. We've got PAP, we've got everything. But I ask ourselves, how did we come here? What position are we advocating? What is it that the quantum cannot be achieved? It's because Katamelo speaks in his vernacular Tswana, she speaks in her vernacular Swahili, he speaks in French, whoever speaks in. We are speaking in diaspora. And that's one of the difficult things to face when you are negotiating. We are only as strong as a force united. If we don't do that, we forget the road that brought us independence. It started with the flagmanship of Kwame Nkrumah. It started with the flagmanship of Jose Mzee Kambarage, Jomo Kenyatta. Imagine yourself how those Africans come together under those difficult circumstances. But they had one vision. And that vision compromised to say, as long as the fellow country is not free, my freedom means nothing. And that's the spirit that must be guiding us. As long as we don't talk in unison as African people. Mugabe, since I know him, was talking about one thing, why Africans are not permanent members of the Security Council. He was there, he liberated his country, he rests in peace. is there an African country that represents on the UN Security Council? So we are starting ourselves on things that I don't need to tell you. All of you are my seniors. And we must go back to the basics and understand the formidable foundation of how we started to be recognized by people who have connections. And that is why we'll come here. I have attended COP since COP 11, which was held in Windhoek. COP 11 was held in Windhoek, or 10. You can do the research. I ask myself, since COP 11 up to here, what is it that we have achieved? What is it that those who have caused the problem is prepared to offer to solve the problem? And they are not, because simply we are not talking in unison. The moderator is here. He say the only man that can defeat a man is a woman. So thank you very much, and my pleasure.
Thank you so much, Honorable Wido, for your kind remarks, and I know you're going for another mission, so thank you so much. I would like to call upon the next panelists to restrict their contributions to the topic of our engagement here on unpacking NDCs, advancing climate finance and resilience, because remember we are at COP, so we don't want those speeches like we are in the campaigns, right? Those in favor say aye. The ayes have it. So the next, our next spokesperson, I saw the director ADB for Green Growth is one of our panelists, Tony Nyong. Please, could you come forward? I've seen he's just arrived. Can I therefore welcome Honorable Mr. Hassan Nyambe from the African Union, Director, to give us a few talks in less than 3 minutes. Thank you very much. Over to you, sir. Hassan Nyambe. Okay. Well, Hassan Nyambe, actually, we are calling you to speak in less than 3 minutes to the parliamentarians, but we are restricting our engagements to climate leadership, NDCs, and then climate finance. Thank you so much. Over to you, sir.
Honorable members of parliament, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, I'm here to represent the African Union Commission, and just to say that building on what Lina said, yes, we have got NDCs, but I think what is needed at the moment is for us to translate what we have in our NDCs into investment opportunities. He mentioned the issue of leveraging resources, and we expect member states to be able to mobilize the little that they can. Target that into areas where we need to make sure that we attract investments. And when it comes to issues of resilience, for example, we are not only talking about disaster risk reduction, because sometimes that's the perception that we have. But here we are talking about building resilience to the impact of climate change. So basically all sectors are supposed to build resilience. And as we enact policies or laws, we need to make sure that we safeguard all sectors, be it agriculture, be it infrastructure. All those actually are supposed to be aligned or to be made proof to the impact of climate change. And on the issue of climate finance, as well as all these aspects that we are discussing here, we have got the Africa Climate Change and Resilient Development Strategy, which is actually one of the policy on which we worked with the members of parliament to put that in place. And we have got several other programs where we would want members of parliament to be actually advocates in terms of reaching out to their grassroots to make sure that everybody is aware of the programs that are in place to be able to try and build resilience and safeguard our communities from the impact of climate change. Thank you very much.
Wow. That was brief and concise, isn't it? Please applaud him. I would like to invite, therefore, to invite a lady who is Irene Ayo from Refugee International in less than 3 minutes. I know you're good at summarizing. Thank you. And of course, Hassan Nyambe has talked about the Africa Union strategy on climate change, which we should all be aware of as we try to do our legislative actions back home. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you. Mine will not be a political statement. This is Africa. This is Africa. No, no, no. You're not Africans. When we say this is Africa, you say Africa is my business. This is Africa. Africa is my business. It is your business. It is my business. So if it is our business, then we should focus on building the Africa we want. As refugees, what kind of Africa do we want? I'm here to represent the voice of the refugees. We want Africa that focus on integrating refugees into the society, but not relocating them to Western world. The parliament has a mandate to make sure that refugees are integrated in the society, but not sent in other world to go and work and pay taxes. And later they come home when they're very weak because they've wasted a lot of their energy in Western world. We should focus on Africa that look at Baba. What is Baba? Buy Africa, build Africa. We should focus on building our own products that we can buy freely without any tax within Africa. That is the Africa I would love to see as a refugee. I live in Uganda as a national because of the policy that Uganda has. I don't feel like I'm a refugee because we mix freely, we get the same services, we go in the same hospital. That is the Africa I want to see. What do I expect from the members of parliament from different African countries? I expect two things. One is to redirect budget allocation on environmental protection and renewable energy, which is killing us so much. We produce so less emission, but we suffer the most. And in Africa, 90% of us depends on biomass. It is something that we can change. Makerere University has the best solution to renewable energy for cooking, but there's no investor to invest in so that they can scale up, so that they can support the community in Africa. When I'm talking about Africa, I don't look at refugees, because all of us, we have the same problems. So as MPs for Africa, prioritize Africans. This is Africa.
Africa is our business.
It is your business. Thank you.
Okay. Please clap for her. This is Africa. Thank you. And she's just telling us to pick three things: the nexus between climate change, conflicts, and security in Africa, so that you can address concerns of refugees. And then she's also talking about us looking at beyond just the COPs and implementing the people-centered interests. Thank you so much. Now, at this moment, I would like to recognize Angola is in the house, and I see the former minister, my good friend, Honorable Paula. Please, we welcome you. I would like to welcome ADB, that is Tony Nyong, Professor Tony Nyong, to take us through few semantics on climate finance. Thank you.
Thank you very much, distinguished parliamentarians. It's always a pleasure to be here to speak with you. I'll be very brief. Climate finance. I am uncomfortable with the way we have defined climate finance. And climate finance seems to be defined as that money that trickles from the north to us in the south. And I don't think it is right. African countries spend a lot more annually addressing issues of climate change than we are giving credit for. So when you go to a fund to get money, they look at the little money we, the development banks, bring, and not the massive monies that the countries themselves put into this. And I think this is the time for parliamentarians to say, look, it is our responsibility to mainstream climate finance into our budgets. It is our responsibility to monitor the implementation of those budgets and evaluate the implementation of those budgets. When you look at your typical budget in any country, you see all manner of climate-related investments inside those budgets, but we don't account for them. And that is not right. So if there's anything I want us to leave here with is to say, look, how do we account for the enormous amount of money that we and our taxpayers put into addressing climate change? I think that would be very important. The African Development Bank is doing what it can. But right now, because we know what the issues are, last week we launched a facility called Technical Assistance Facility. It doesn't have much in it. It has about $65 million inside that kitty that can help provide technical assistance to parliamentarians to do what they need to do. Not just parliamentarians, there's a lot that we can do to unlock climate finance, but you will need to create the enabling environment. You will need to ensure that these monies are accounted for in our budget and that they are duly reported on. I thank you.
Thank you so much. Wow, that was great and direct to the point, right? An applaud to Professor Tony Nyong. I would like, therefore, to invite the representative of Agnes, African Group of Negotiators Support. It's one of the organizations working on strengthening capacities of members of parliament and negotiators on these climate processes. So can I have David to take us through in less than 3 minutes?
Honorable members of parliament, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, my role here is just to give you a little gist about ongoing negotiation, what is happening currently around climate finance. And I think I want to align myself with our colleague from the AFDB that national governments, African parliaments need to look inward and see to what extent can they support homegrown budgets for them to support climate action. Currently, we have what is called NCQG framework, the third version, because there have been several versions which have been prepared and rejected. So the current new collective quantified goal on climate finance has been intended to replace what we have in the Paris Agreement of $100 billion US. There have been tussle here and there because African Group of Negotiators felt that it's like our colleagues from the global north are trying to reinvent the wheel. They are trying to reinterpret the convention and the Paris Agreement framework. And so Africa is saying that there is need for $1.3 trillion US need for climate finance to address climate resilient infrastructure, as well as to address issues of climate adaptation and mitigation. However, beyond this $1.3 trillion US request, African Group of Negotiators have also reiterated the fact that there must be concrete monitoring and tracking mechanisms to track flows of adaptation finance and meeting commitments from the global north. And beside that, there is the importance of meeting the needs of adaptation, loss and damage, and other climate resilient infrastructure, including climate justice. So currently, where do we stand as of the second week? A new draft is out, but with over 400 unresolved brackets, because we have what we call draft text, which forms the foundation or basis for agreements by parties. So currently, there are disagreements over funding amounts, other sources as well. Issues of fossil fuel references remain, but they fall short of advancing last year's stocktake outcomes. We have informal text referencing mitigation, but they lack formal status. The implementation is currently uncertain. We have Saudi Arabia opposes the informal notes, which further stores discussion. there is no sign of progress currently, and so this raises concerns about how global stockade outcomes can feed into supporting climate finance. I will go back to what our AFDB colleague has said. The African Network of Parliamentarians on Climate Change is saddled with responsibility now to coordinate funding internally within the African negotiating bloc, so that we don't rely on what the global north will be channeling to us, but we need to look at how we can reinvent the wheel and see how we can synergize international partnerships as well as homegrown public-private investments.
Thank you so much. Thank you so much, a representative from Africa Group of Negotiators Support. I would like to take this opportunity to also bring on board one of the greatest civil society organizations in the whole of not only Africa, but the whole world, championing climate justice in less than 3 minutes, Pan-African Climate Justice Alliance. That is PACJA, and also working with parliaments as you walk forward, working with parliaments for so many years now. Please come and give your remarks in less than 3 minutes. Thank you so much. Mr. Mwangi Charles. Floor is yours.
All right. So, honorable members of parliament, ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Charles Mwangi. I serve as head of programs and research at PACJA. And may I first of all register apologies from my director. He was seated here, but he's not feeling well, so he really wanted to participate in this conversation. But just to appreciate our parliamentarians and indicate that our parliamentarians have a big role to play in ensuring that we achieve justice and climate justice for the continent of Africa. We have had many years of good working relationship with our Pan-African parliamentarians on